Okay.
Just go ahead and call it. Good evening, and just go ahead and call closed session into order at 5:04 p.m. Do we have anybody to speak?
We're going to do roll call first?
Yeah, do roll call.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember White.
Here.
Councilmember Roscoe. Councilmember Fox.
Almost.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara.
Here.
Mayor Knight. Okay.
No request to speak.
Request to speak? No. We'll adjourn to closed session at 5:05.
It's 6:30. Welcome to our regular session of the Beaumont City Council. We are coming out of closed session that started at 5 o'clock, and City Clerk, let the record reflect that I was here. I was a little bit late, but I was here. Please.
And that as well as Mr. Roscoe as well.
Pardon me?
Mr. Roscoe as well.
As well. Yes, we were both here. Okay. All right. Let's have a roll call, and then we'll move forward.
Councilmember White.
Here.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Here.
Councilmember Fox.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara.
Here.
Mayor Knight.
I'm here. Okay. If you'll all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we do have someone here to give the invocation. I saw a uniform somewhere. Yes, sir. Welcome. Thank you. CAL FIRE.
Will you bow your head with me? Lord, thank you for the many abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health that we need to fulfill our callings. Lord, I pray for our mayor tonight and for the assembled city council. I pray for confidence in what is good and fitting. I pray you would graciously grant them wisdom to govern the true needs of the citizens of Beaumont, the ability to work together even when there is honest disagreement. I pray for the agenda set before them, that you might grant them both wisdom and knowledge to accomplish the work and the goals of the Beaumont City Council tonight. In your blessed name, amen.
Thank you very much. We have quite a full house tonight. Our city attorney, Mr. Pinckney, will report out of our closed session.
The City Council met in closed session. Item A was conference with legal counsel, liability claim, and anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, and consideration of liability claim pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95. There was one potential case and claim by claimant Andy George against the City of Beaumont relating to a vehicle accident with a city employee. The council met in closed session to consider resolution of the claim, and there was reportable action taken on that item. There was a motion that was made to settle the matter for $1,050, and that motion was made by Councilmember White. The second was by Councilmember Lara, and the vote was Councilmember White, yes; Lara, yes; Fox, yes; and Mayor Knight, yes. And Councilmember Roscoe was not present for that vote. The next item was item B, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Western Riverside Council of Governments versus City of Beaumont, case number RIC 536164. There's an appeal pending in that case, and there was no reportable action taken on item B. Item C was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. One potential case. There was no reportable action taken on item C. Item D was conference with legal counsel and consideration of possible resolution of a workers' compensation claim pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95. There is no case number that's listed in the agenda because there is no case number assigned to the matter. It's a workers' comp claim. And there was reportable action on that item, and that reportable action was a motion by Councilmember White to settle that workers' comp claim for $6,960. And the second was by Councilmember Fox, and the vote was Fox yes, Laura yes, White yes, Orozco yes, and Knight yes. The second item, the next workers' comp item was item E, conference with legal counsel and consideration of possible resolution of workers' compensation claim pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95, and the agency claimed against City of Beaumont. Again, no case number because it's a workers' compensation claim. And there was reportable action on that item, and there was a first by Councilmember Laura to settle the workers' compensation claim, and a second by White, and the vote was Fox yes, Laura yes, White yes, Orozco yes, and Knight yes. And item F was conference with legal counsel to consider resolution of workers' compensation claim pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95 and 54956.91, Gielan versus City of Beaumont. The case number is ADJ 7288405, agency claim against City of Beaumont. And again, a workers' compensation matter. There was a first by Councilmember Laura and a second by Knight to settle the workers' compensation claim. And the vote was Fox yes, Laura yes, White yes, Orozco yes, and Knight yes. Item G was conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, interim city manager Elizabeth Gibbs Urtiaga or her designee. And then the collective bargaining units are listed in the agenda as Beaumont managers, police officers association, police sergeants, professional technical, police safety support services, general unit SEIU, local 721, customer service coordinators SEIU, local 721. There was no reportable action taken on item G. Item H was personnel matter, evaluation of interim city manager pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, and there was no reportable action taken on item H.
There's a correction to item A. This is the dollar amount, $1,170.
Okay, I want to correct item A, the report out on item A. The correct amount of the settlement was not $1,050, but it was $1,175. $74. So $1,174.
Okay.
And that is the report out from closed session, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Okay. I have to apologize here. I have had a bad case of bronchitis, so if I cough and get up and leave, please don't be offended by any of you if you're talking. Our Mayor Pro Tem, Mike Laura, will take over, and I'll try to be as project my voice as good as I can while I'm okay. So we are going to move to our public comment period.
Mayor, we have an adjustment to the...
We have an adjustment, I apologize, to the agenda. Yes.
I'd like to pull item 4D
Okay.
and request that council continue that to the next meeting.
Okay, we are pulling item number 4Z.
D.
D.
As in David.
See, my ears are plugged. 4 as in David, and that will be on the next council agenda. Is that correct?
So, yeah,
Yeah.
you should,
Okay.
what you can do is when we get to that item is open the public hearing and then continue the public hearing to the next meeting.
Okay. If you'll help remind me. I have it on my list here.
Anybody wants to speak?
Mayor, do you want to take any requests to speak now so they don't have to stay for the meeting?
Yes. Yes. Are there any requests to speak on item number 4D here? In the other room, item 4D, are there any requests to speak?
None submitted, Mayor.
Okay.
That's the item about the noise ordinance?
Noise, yes. Okay. All right. So there are no requests to speak, so if there's nothing, announcements, recognitions, anything else. Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to move to our public comment period, and we have a lot of people here, and please, each of you, we want to be able to hear each of you, so please be respectful, no shouting out and that sort of thing. We really appreciate that coming from you as far as, so we can hear up here. Any one person may address the City Council on any matter not on this agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the city clerk. There is a 3-minute limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the council from discussing or taking actions by your comments once they're made. So at this point in time, at 6:38, I'm going to open the public comment period. And our first speaker.
First speaker, Nancy Gall.
Okay.
I just wanted to speak about the meeting we had last night with the water district. For those of you that don't know, the council met with the water district, and I just wanted to say that I'm in favor of the plan that they're making to go to UKIPA, in stages. I think that both of the gentlemen, the director of the water district and the director of UKIPA Water District, seem to be very intelligent, seem to have put through a very thorough plan, and I think we need that. The sewer system, I moved here and I moved into my house in 1989. My other house didn't have a sewer, and I know we've had trouble all that time with the sewer system because we have clay pipes in a field behind my house, and the kids were throwing trash in it, and it kept flooding the whole field with raw sewage. And finally we got the city to put some padlocks on it so the kids couldn't throw trash in it. And so it's a, and Mr. Berg was always talking about state of the art, and I'm thinking clay pipe and open that the kids can throw trash in is not state of the art. Anyhow, that part was solved, but I really think we need different people in charge of our sewer system, and I think the plan we held last night, I think it was an excellent plan, and we should go for it.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker.
Next speaker, Judy Bingham, with David Weiner to follow.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. By the way, my business on 6th Street, we are still on a septic tank, and I have to rent porta potties during the time we are selling Christmas trees to serve our customers, because the city of Beaumont cannot service the citizens and the businesses on 6th Street and in other parts of the city. When I moved and bought a business in Beaumont in 1984, I had a reasonable expectation that state and federal laws were being followed by local Beaumont government. However, in 2003 to 4, it became obvious that two private for-profit businesses, Urban Logic Consultants and General Government Management Services, Alan Kapanicus, were in charge. They were here to serve themselves. And the CFD requisitions that I've been reading for the past week or so proved that they were indeed here to serve themselves. And if you think that the citizens of Beaumont are going to pay for another sewer over again and all the damage that has been done to the citizens in this town, you are wrong. They had Urban Logic and Alan Kapanicus had no oversight because the citizens were content to let them do as they pleased. And council, for 20 years, and there are two of you still up here, Fox and Knight, you have allowed them to do this to the citizens. This must change. This council has been here for a year, and I am getting pretty frustrated with what you've done so far. I expected so much better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Weiner, is it?
Is that correct? It is. Okay, with Steve Millman to follow.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Last meeting I asked if each of you might verbalize to the citizens your immediate and long-term vision for the city. I request that you address it in your council reports tonight or at the next council meeting. I can say that I've heard from Councilman White, but the rest of you seem silent and sometimes only reactionary to Councilman White. Where's the vision for the city? I've heard clearly from Councilman White that he ran on a platform and intends on following through on shutting down what he and his supporters feel is wrong for this city. I can tell you that this is a vocal minority that does not represent the community as a whole. What are all those projects and facilities to be shut down? How will these decisions to shut them down affect the rest of the city as a whole, as well as affecting the master or general plan? What will it cost the citizens who have already paid for some of these facilities through their CFDs? If you stop growth, what is your plan to get the funds needed to get the city out of the debt issues it is facing? Last meeting we heard of a moratorium that Councilman White and others were supporting. Why? Council, please explain to the community the cost-benefit analysis of restricting our residents and their land rights. The city is in debt and needs revenue, so it is very confusing that you want to shut it down. I've seen moratoriums go into effect in other cities, and they often bring many unintended consequences that are more detrimental to the community as a whole while granting benefits to only the few. Councilman White, there was an accusation made last week that you are here to carry out the wishes of a vocal few and shut the city down. I hope that is not even remotely true. There are thousands of families that have moved here and invested in the future of the city by paying their CFDs, and they don't want to come to learn now that this direction is to shut it down and shut their friends out of coming to this community. What plan do you have for bringing shopping and retail here? Finally, I'd like to know who of you is in support of going forward with this rushed plan to switch all of our sewage to the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District and Yucaipa. I think the community is open to investigating going in that direction if there are savings and benefits to the community, but what I witnessed last night was the biggest hard sell I have ever seen. We were told it's a great deal, there are economies of scale, there will be administrative savings, but we haven't identified the costs. You have to figure out for yourself what the savings are. Oh, and yeah, you have to sign up right away or the opportunity goes away. Was that supposed to be their idea of cooperation? Who on this council is going to sign up for such a massive change, giving up assets that have paid for with CFD funds without providing the citizens with a transparent cost-benefit analysis before we embark on such a plan? Quite frankly, I'd like to know who is behind this. It seems like this is more of the same, but from the past, but now there are just new players. Where is the transparency? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Steve Millman
Okay.
with Bill Souter to follow.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to take issue with some of the comments that were made at the last meeting when we were talking about the Beaumont Balanced Growth Initiative. First, there were several people who have been saying that that initiative would stop development, shut down growth, and create a moratorium. That's a lie. That is a lie. The proposed initiative would set a level of 350 residential building permits per year going forward. 350 is more than the actual building permits that Beaumont has issued since 2008. So please, when you hear that garbage about stopping development, it isn't true. Secondly, And please remember that the initiative was introduced last meeting by a gentleman who is a Vietnam veteran and an Agent Orange survivor. And shortly thereafter, somebody came up to this microphone and said, and warned the council that seniors are trying to take over Beaumont. Now, if I got up tonight and said, and warned you that Hispanics or African Americans were trying to take over Beaumont, you would shout me down for being a disgusting bigot. Now, I say, when you say the same thing about seniors, that is also disgusting and bigoted, and it has no place in this council chamber and no place in our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker,
Bill Souter.
Mr. Souter.
Jeff
Okay.
Chambers to follow.
Mayor and council members, I have two items. The first one is I wanted to thank the council and the interim city manager and whoever else was involved in putting together the presentation at Solera yesterday regarding the CFD issue. It's obviously quite a complicated issue. The presentation helped, but didn't solve anything, I mean, as far as satisfy all the residents. So the issue is going to go on for a while. And the other item is a letter was sent to the residents of Solera regarding the meeting that was held yesterday, as well as some other information. However, it didn't get to all of the residents. I happen to be in Zone A, which is the area where, as far as I know, all of the CFD assessments increased, and I called about a dozen people. None of them received the letter, including myself, but the people in the other zone where their assessments were decreased, everyone I called had received a letter. So I don't know how that happened, but I hope in the future the communications will get to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes,
Can you, sir, the street names?
Mr. Souter.
The street names that didn't get the letters? Yeah.
Well, I can't think of all the street names.
Just off.
Snowberry, Desert, Almond, Brittany, Lantana, Desert Poppy, Dahlia, Silverleaf. I think that's most of them anyway.
That's pretty good. Way to go.
Was that?
Hibiscus and saguaro.
Okay, hibiscus and saguaro. So well, that's right.
That was really good. Thank you. And
I'll speak on that under.
okay, we're going to speak on that later. Okay, Mr. Chambers.
John Dyson to follow.
Good evening, Mayor Knight, members of the council. I'm Jeff Chambers with Party Homes, and I'm here tonight not for any particular agenda item. I'm here to read a short two-paragraph Prop 8 document that's posted on the Riverside County Tax Assessor. We continue to hear, and it's interesting to sit here and listen to so many people talk about CFDs, the unfairness of CFDs, the unfairness of property taxes. And I think that a lot of people haven't gone back and looked at the documents that govern the payment of CFDs, the documents that govern the payment of their ad valorem property tax bills, and the misunderstanding that we've received through a number of our residents in our two communities at Tournament Hills and Sundance relative to property taxes. And when the market declined starting in 2007, 2008, a lot of people appealed their property tax bills to the county assessor. And when they did that, the assessor lowered the assessed valuation of their houses significantly, in many cases 40 to 50%. The corresponding ad valorem tax rate went down. The CFD rate did not in any of the situations that I'm aware of. And in many cases, the CFD rate would increase by 2%, which is outlined in the purchase documents when people acquired their homes. But this increase in property taxes keeps coming back to CFDs, and it's inaccurate. So anyways, I wanted to read this And I actually made, if anybody would like this, I have extra copies of this particular statement. It's on the county assessor's website, and it says under Proposition 8, under Prop 8, qualifying properties are given a temporary reduction in their taxable assessed value when the market value of these properties decline, which is what happened. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 51 requires the assessor to enroll the lower of either the property's factored base year value or its market value. I have to speed up. Prop 13 caps the growth of a property's assessed value at no more than 2% a year. However, when the property, now I'm going to start ad-libbing because I'm running out of time. When the property values start increasing, the county assessor has the right to increase the property tax valuation, or the property valuation back to what it was when the person bought their house prior to the time it was reduced. There's no limitation on how much that assessment can be raised back to what the assessed valuation was prior to the drop, and the corresponding tax rate will go up. So many people are seeing a 50% increase in their tax rate, and that is because the county assessor raised it.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Next speaker.
John Dyson, with Dr. Blair Ball to follow.
John Dyson, Solara resident. I want to thank Council for allowing our Beaumont Balanced Growth Initiative an opportunity to be introduced at the last Council meeting. I apologize to Council for causing Mike Taylor to find it necessary to parade his minions of worried workers to the podium. My little slideshow ran 9 minutes. Unnecessarily concerned contractors spent much more time than this at the podium. I did request of Council and staff to please provide certain information concerning approved housing developments to include contracts and presumed vested rights related to these developments. I haven't heard from staff yet. Concerning vested rights, city ordinances and initiatives, I heard the party home's attorney state that evening that our initiative would not hinder their breakneck speed of building in Beaumont. Fortunately for our little citizen-sponsored BBG committee, we do have access to legal counsel who has as much or probably more experience litigating growth initiatives and developer rights than even parties' lawyers. I can cite the case of Hermosa Beach Stop Oil Coalition versus the City of Hermosa Beach. The courts sided with the Citizens Initiative and invalidated the oil company's contract with the city. It can be overdone and overruled. Considering the conflicts of interest that was rampant amongst developers, contractors, city staff, and city council members at the time that these questionable contracts were signed, I would not be at all surprised if the courts today would view these one-sided agreements with a very severe eye. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker.
Dr. Blair Ball, with Mary Daniel to follow.
I'd like to first apologize to Bob Sherwood because I'm going to be up here 2 or 3 times this evening and he's going to have an extra 9 minutes to his meeting. I want to congratulate the council for attending the meeting last night. City attorney was there, interim city manager, and so forth. I believe that meeting was historic in nature, and I appreciate your willingness to communicate on an idea that is conceptual in nature at this point. And I do not believe it is a hard sell in any degree. As one who has lived here since 1986 and been involved with water and so forth, the concept is that by having more numbers involved, the cost
is shared equally over a larger base, and compared with doing the same thing with a smaller base of payers. I know you have many things to consider here in the near future, so I appreciate your willingness to come to the table and speak and listen and so forth. It certainly is not, in my opinion, a grab by the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. I do not see it as a grab by the Yucaipa Valley Water District. But I see it as something on a regional basis, which I have been in meetings with the general manager of the Regional Water Board, and he is happy to see regional projects moving forward. I think there is funding on a regional basis, more so than individual cities and so forth. So anyway, I appreciate that you did come to the table and participate. I look forward to further actions on the city's part. I remind the city that you run 3 companies. 1 is the City of Beaumont, 2 is a wastewater treatment plant, and 3 is the transportation. And I would encourage you to direct your staff, if they have not done so already, that those monies that are restricted in the wastewater treatment plant be restricted and saved and not moved to the general fund. As I was waiting for council to come to this meeting, I thought I read in the plan that some of these monies, restricted funds, are being diverted to the general fund, and that's contrary, I believe, to state law. So I would encourage you to take some time, look at the wastewater treatment plant, which is an enterprise fund, and make sure those monies that we have been paying month in and month out are in a safe environment and earmarked for the things that they've already been earmarked for by resolution on this council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Daniel?
Last speaker after that, Debbie.
My name is Mary Daniel. I live at 14250 South Beaumont Avenue. My comments under this are just of a general nature about the transparency that I've been noticing. First, I would like to extend my appreciation to the person who is transcribing the minutes of your meetings. I don't know who that is, but I have found them to be a clear, concise, and yet complete summary of each of the speakers, whether they're in the audience or up on the podium, and all the discussion and actions that were taken by the council. I don't know exactly when those minutes became that comprehensive. I happened to look at the October 6th edition, but I would like to commend the city for their efforts to ensure that all public actions during your meetings are transparent and have been made available to the public. I have personally attended many city council meetings over the years, and I took my own copious notes because that was pretty much the only way to have a record of what was discussed and what was voted on. Now with the YouTube televised session and the much more comprehensive minutes, for the first time I feel that I don't have to be here to actually know what is going on, and that you are giving your constituents the information that they need to know and understand what's happening. Personally, I'm glad to finally see a city administration that realizes they are accountable to the citizens of Beaumont for everything that they do and are willing to make those decisions public and above board. As far as I'm concerned, it's long overdue and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Debbie.
Debbie? Is that first name? Debbie?
That's the only name on
Debbie,
it.
Debbie? Okay. Come on up.
Hi, good evening. I have to admit, I've never done this before, and you see all these people here talking about what's important is really kind of cool, so that's nice. Anyway, we're new to the city of Beaumont. We've purchased in Sundance last year. Oh, the time is going down, isn't it? Okay. I feel like I need to push a button, you know. Anyway, when we moved in a year and a half ago, we noticed on our street near Anna House that cars are flying up and down the roads. People going to pick up their kids, take their kids, which if my kids go there as well. I've complained, sorry about this, guys, but many times to the officers about putting somebody on one side of the street, somebody to try to slow the cars down, and nobody listened to us. And last week, somebody crashed into my home. The police said between 60 and 75 miles an hour. We live on a curve, so the car didn't make it. Slid through my neighbor's house, or my neighbor's yard, slammed into my house, and then took out my neighbor's car. And none of the neighbors let their kids play outside anymore because the cars are going up and down the street. And this was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can imagine, if it wasn't a minimum day at Anna House, how many kids could have been hurt, including my children. And that's unacceptable. And, you know, we came from Orange County. We're not expecting, you know, anything that you would do for any extra favors that anybody else is asking for. And I understand a lot of the schools, the police are taxed with everything they have going on. But we really need the city council to do something, because I don't expect another car to come through my house again. I don't pay that much money, and I pay a lot of money for the Mellors, as most of us know. A lot of money, really. But you know, if someone's going to drive through my house, I might as well make some money on it. So open up a drive-through restaurant or something, because it's just not okay. And you know, the police did a great job. They really did, finding the person, the idiot that hit my house. But sorry, I still have 40 seconds, so I can just talk about anything, right?
There you go. You can
Sales
sing.
at Nordstrom. No, I'm just kidding. No, but in all seriousness, though, council, if you can please not just put this aside. We've been asking the police, we've been asking the schools, somebody to please help us, and not just with Anna House, the other schools, Sundance, the other schools in the area. Everybody's talking about how fast the cars are going, so maybe there's city money, I'm sure somewhere, that we could put up stop signs or something, so at least it does something to help us and help our children, so we don't hear a tragic accident that some child has died because the city council or the police didn't respond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments,
Excuse me,
Debbie. And
I have what's the street name?
Well, if there's any weird people here, I don't want to give that out.
Okay.
But I will tell you privately, but it's near Anna House.
We have the police report.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you.
And Debbie, you will be hearing from us.
Please.
Our staff, and we will, Chief Tully's back there, and we will take a serious look going forward and see what we can do.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mayor, we'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Debbie, did you hear that? No. We're going to bring that back at the next meeting to discuss it further, so you know.
So do I need to come back? And
If you would like to.
'Cause all my neighbors are sick with the flu. I was the only one here.
Well, I'm your neighbor and I'm here, so.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie. Do we have any other speakers?
No, Mayor.
Okay. All right. At this point in time, 7:06, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move to council reports. I'll start with Mr. White tonight.
First of all, I want to thank Bob and the rest of the city staff for putting together the the delivery of the senior meals on Thanksgiving Day. It was a rewarding experience my kids will never forget, and they're already excited about coming back next year. I do want to comment about the regional water meeting last night. It was very well prepared by the two general managers of the water district, and it was a historic meeting in my opinion. It was a new spirit of working with our neighbors. Again, something that I think is much needed. All we agreed to last night was to continue our process of bringing in an engineer, a wastewater specialist engineer into the city, and including in that engineer's analysis of our of the existing sewer plant, an analysis of the plans that were proposed to us last night, as well as what plans may evolve over the future. We have asked, I believe that we had decided we would get back together in March, which would give us enough time for us to bring on a engineer who will then give us a full analysis of what we have, where we need to go, and how we're going to get there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Orozco.
No, I just wanted to also thank Bob Sherwood and the team on that great turnout. We were able to get some of the residents that weren't able to come out, are able to cook meals. So again, I appreciate staff for doing that, putting that together, and allowing myself and my family to participate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Orozco. Mr. Laura.
Well, not to beat a dead horse, but I do want to thank the employees for their donations of food for the senior Thanksgiving outreach. The employees of the city all kicked in where they could, and there was no cost to the city at all for this outreach. It was all burden picked up by the city employees. Heather Harwood did a great job in cooking the turkeys, but I do appreciate the giving heart that these city employees have, and it was a great thing to be a part of. I also want to make sure that I just thank the city staff that work over Thanksgiving, the dispatchers, the police officers, the firefighters that serve our city during the holidays. Sometimes we just kind of take that for granted that we'll always have that protection, and they're away from their families during the holidays, and I just want to say thanks for them for that.
Thank you, Mr. Laura. Very well stated. Mr. Fox.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. The ongoing, hopefully, project we have with Beaumont Water, I hope that we are diligent in making that decision, because it's crucial not for tomorrow, but for the folks that are going to be around here 20, 30 years from now, on the cost of replacing the sewer plant. It's not going to come up to our means at the time. So it's going to be a lot of work, and the whole council is involved. It's not going to happen overnight. Like you said, it's baby steps. So that's, I think, the best way to approach it is baby steps. I guess that's it. I have nothing personally other than my wife is not here, but she'll hear from you. It's our 31st tonight, and yeah. And last year it was our 30th on council night. I'm not dealing with theirs. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Fox, and congratulations on 31 years of marriage, right?
I don't know about that.
You don't know.
Now she will hear from you.
I'm going to share, something a little bit different tonight with you, and it's a letter that we received. It's something that in our community, since I've come on as on the council, with our kids in the community, if I can interact with them, I do, and spend time, and then encourage them to get active in and help them understand a little bit. We've had Girl Scout troop here, pretend council, all kinds of different things out in the community. But I'm going to share with you a short letter that you'll appreciate and see if we can do something with it. Dear Mayor Knight and council members, we are Brownie Girl Scouts of the San Gorgonio Council. In the past, Blue Skies Region, Troop 412 of Beaumont, we noticed outside of the Albert Chatney Community Center where we meet, there is a dangerous area for kids and adults. There is a water drainage channel with lots of rocks. There is no gate to keep people out and no sign to tell people to stay out. The Girl Scouts in our group have had meetings and feel it would be safe and helpful to our community to put a gate or a sign to warn everyone. To help, we can put posters inside of the community center to warn others of the dangers of playing in channels. And thank you for reading about the problem in our community. We hope you will help us and write back. Sincerely, Troop 412, Kayliani, Bailey, Cavalier, Autumn, and Audrey Linu. with a heart on it. So, on that note, I would really like, if we could, our city staff, and with the support of my fellow council members, to write them back and see if we can do a little something. Ask them to come lead the Pledge of Allegiance and bring them back into the community and honor them for starting out little as in their public service and recognizing we promote see something, say something. This is that in action. So if we could do a little more and have them here for a council meeting some night to do that and write them a letter, and Mr. Sherwood, maybe we could come up with, take a look-see out there and see what we can do. Okay? All right. On that note, we are going to move to our city treasurer report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Tonight, I'm going to address the Standing Financial Committee and the result of the applications. Before I get into that report, I would like to request a council member, if they would, to pull item 9D on the consent calendar, because I have concern with the minutes that are on that item. And I'll talk about the warrants later on. So if one of you would follow through on that, I would appreciate that. The Standing Financial Committee. The city has received 15 applications from Beaumont residents for appointment to the Standing Financial Committee and 1 application from a Beaumont business owner who resides out of town, for a total of 16, which is a pretty strong response. We're very pleased with it. The application termination date was November 20th. The committee will integrate the voice of the community with the efforts of staff and council on financial issues and plans. There are 5 citizen positions allotted for appointment, and then 1 that's designated for a Beaumont business owner, and that person does not have to, but can, reside in the city. The following Beaumont citizens have responded with applications, and many of them are in the audience tonight. What I did is I called them all personally, and I told them that it would be introduced on the agenda tonight, but that it may not be resolved tonight, it may get continued, and many of them expressed a desire to be here for both the introduction so they can understand the process, and then also to follow through and be here for the 15th if it does get continued. In that group is Sean Belingett, who could not be here tonight, Elaine Morgan, Asita Mameo, Gennaro Jordan, Diana Harris, Bill Suter, Leah Perez, Joseph Johnson, Rebecca Carr, Ray Santos, Paul Bricker, Richard Beneke, John Hallowell, Morgan Snyder, and Dr. Della Condon. The Beaumont business owner is Jennifer Burnett. The applications are being distributed to you tonight so that you will have them and you can review them during the meeting tonight, and then you can also review them afterwards. Many of the applications, people took great care with responding to the questions. What I'm hoping is that at least tonight we can open up the discussion of the Standing Financial Committee. This started in May of this year. That was when the concept of this committee was introduced. And I pulled up a document in July. I expected us to have the appointments in October of this year. And even though it seems like we've really pushed along with the process, unfortunately it has gone a bit slower. So I'm really excited about being able to both introduce the citizens to you tonight that have applied, and also to maybe get you talking about the process. What you'll see in the document that I gave you that's in your agenda packet is, since there are so many people, since this committee is so important, I actually put a pro forma or a draft or a straw man or whatever you want to call it, matrix in place that I hope we could open discussion on. You can change the items, you can do whatever you want with it, or you can even decide not to use the matrix. But what I'm hoping tonight is we begin the discussion, you continue it as much as you want, and I'm really sort of hoping that we continue the meeting meeting until the 15th, and that will give you ample time to both figure out what your discrete criteria is for deciding on who you'd like to appoint, and also gives you time to review the applications. And the applicants did express a desire to also come back on the 15th if you would like to spend time on the 15th asking them questions that you have drawn up. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. I'm really excited to see so many people apply. It's absolutely wonderful. So, Mr. White, you looked like you had a question there.
Well, I wanted to make just a suggestion. Are there any people speaking on this? Okay.
There's no one that committed to speaking.
Okay. So here are my thoughts. Start the clock. Okay. The matrix, I think, is a good idea for an interview process. I want to make a suggestion, an idea that I had. I would like to narrow the group down so that on December 15th we can extensively interview a number of applicants, not the whole 16. And so my suggestion is this: we've been given the applications. I appreciate having 2 weeks to look them over, or a week and a half. But I was thinking what we could do is each of us could review the applications, select our 8 favorite, and then rank them on a scale of 1 to 5. And then when we're done with that process, we give all of our rankings back to the city, or to staff, to city manager, and then a tally can be made, and then the top 8 can be called back for an interview process. I really think interviewing 16 is going to be very hard to do, and even once we've interviewed 16 and then we've decided, well, we want to take 6, the machinations of going through selecting those 6, I think, are going to be much more difficult. And if we can narrow it down to 8, and really each one of us will be able to weigh in on who those 8 might be, and then we can use your matrix, or I like what you put on the matrix, so I'm happy with that as a guide to our interview process. And that was 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Anyone else? Comments?
Let's go. Yeah, I just had a couple questions in regards. Madam Treasurer, were there a set of questions that you've kind of have already formulated on the side that you would like to share with the council, that you've kind of come up with it? Because I'm sure you went through this process already in your mind, and kind of before it got to this point.
Well, it's really a council's decision. It truly is, and I respect that, and I approached it with that from its beginning. So I never tried to interject myself into the process and step in front of council on it. However, the criteria on the matrix is a little bit of what I think is weight that should be added to the evaluation. The reason that I say that is because it's such an important committee. Why do I feel it's so important? I feel that it's important, both critical in terms of our time. We're actually at a crisis point in the city. I feel it's critical to be able to do a very commendable job of this, because if not, there's not going to be a do-over on the public's impression of this as we launch it. So I think we need to do our very best job at that. So all of those things I felt were important. There were questions on the application that you'll see. They sort of followed the model of the Planning Commission, questions and application. So in some ways, this has to be a little bit more discreet in the criteria, because it's financial and it has less of a generic approach maybe than some of the things that come to the Planning Commission. So I don't know if I've answered your question. I mean, I've looked over the applications, and there are some that I am so thrilled have applied, because I feel they've got a great deal to offer. I feel like everybody's got a great deal to offer. It's just that at this financial critical point of our city, there may be some who have a little bit more to offer at this launch point right now.
From my end, I want to make sure it's very transparent to the community on how we go about it. So I don't know if, doing a secret, not a ballot, but, a way to do it like that on our own and come back and give that. Maybe we can come up with another process in terms of more openly, in terms of on narrowing it down to that amount.
I think we've been really pretty careful about doing everything really openly about this. The press release was open. It was advertised. The application has been open from day one, so everybody knows what the questions are. We extended the window to make sure that people who weren't as in the know in the city, heard about it and had a little bit of a wider window to apply. The public has access to all of the responses from the applications tonight at the same time that the City Council is getting the responses to the applications. I think we've been, and I discussed this with the city attorney.
Yeah, I think what Councilmember Orozco is referring to is the proposal for each council member to submit a list of names, and I was sitting and thinking about how that might work where it wouldn't be a secret ballot.
May I, real quick, I had no intention of it being secret.
I'm sure,
Okay.
there's no question in my mind about that. I think what we're doing is brainstorming about how to go about doing this and being respectful to the candidates so that they're not all sitting here when you go through the selection process. The safest way to do it would be for the council members to come to narrow that list down at the meeting. And so each of you would come in with your 5 recommendations, and we tabulate it, and those are the people that you interview. And that means that some people would be sitting here that, would leave early and wouldn't be interviewed that evening, and it's a bit inconvenient for them. But hearing the council members say that it's imperative and the city treasurer to be as transparent as possible, that would be the most transparent way to do it, that you reveal who your choices are at the council meeting. The risk of in advance disclosing who you select is that the public is not there and weighing in on that process. It's being done, outside of an open meeting, and so there are risks associated with that. And then you get into the issue of, do you disclose when, for example, Councilmember White, when you send your list in, do you make that publicly available? And I would say you do. And some might argue that there's a process, a deliberative process going forward when others see who you're choosing and then decide who they're going to choose based on that. So it's just better to do it all.
No, I like your suggestion. I was just concerned about having 8 people show up that aren't going to be interviewed. But
totally, and I understood that's where you were coming from, and an absolutely considerate and legitimate concern. But I think that given that this council has expressed that it's imperative that you do things as transparently as possible, the safest way would be to do it as I just indicated.
And I'm comfortable.
Okay.
The only slight modification, and I'll just put it out as a suggestion, I apologize, is that I could put the list that I receive on what the recommendations are into my next treasurer's report, and that would be open to the public only at the same time that, in other words, everybody knows at the same time because it gets posted, and that would give some people the opportunity to not come and show up and realize that then they weren't on that list. That's the only modification I could
and
see.
the concern is that might be viewed as a secret ballot, that people are casting a secret ballot for their 5 choices, which is prohibited by the Brown Act. So, now I would say it's kind of a gray issue, but I'd avoid any appearance of secret ballots by just doing it at an open meeting. I think that's the safest way to do it, and then nobody can question whether they were passed over because there was some sort of, inappropriate process. So,
Mr. Orozco had something else.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish what I was saying. And also, my concern, when we narrow it down to the 8 candidates, I would like to have like 3 sets of, I think, questions that are prepared and given for all the same candidates, so we won't come up here and ask different questions. I think that would be unfair. We give them 3 sets or 4 sets of questions, and that questions that we can agree with, that we, all accept, and those are the questions that are given. So,
I have Mayor, may I speak?
Yes, sir.
I have a concern with that, and I believe that I don't know where my questions are going to go, and I would like the ability to be flexible. And again, who decides what those 3 or 4 questions are? I think it'd be better if we do it as we've done it with the other interviews before, where we, I'll try and ask the same question I have from multiple people. But also, when everyone's getting the same questions, the advantage is to the people who interview last. So I think it's better if we're allowed to have a little freedom in the questions that we ask.
Then you also get the fact that we may ask more questions to one candidate than other candidates.
And I think that's appropriate. If I'm looking at someone that I'm really not sure, maybe there's someone that I'm very comfortable with after a few questions, or maybe someone that I'm not sure understands what my vision of the Finance Committee is going to be about, and so I want to be able to approach that candidate with questions to determine if that person fits my idea of what the Finance Committee is about.
Okay.
No.
You're still thinking, okay.
I'm just thinking maybe there's a medium point where we can come, because what I'm afraid of is this is going to become, I'm not saying Councilman White or anybody else is going to make it political, but this may be in a position where we might put ourselves in a delicate situation where it may become political, and so I'm just trying to find an avenue where we can take that out in terms of finding a medium where it won't be a part that problem, or it won't come up, or it won't be seen as that. And I'm just looking down the road. So,
Mayor, may I respond?
Hang on. Jeff, did you? Okay. Yes, sir. And then Mr. Laura.
The idea that 5 politicians are going to select a finance committee that's going to have such an important role in the city is not going to be political. I don't know where that's going to go. I have no political agenda other than trying to find the people who I think would best help the city through the financial. The reason that I originally proposed the idea of a finance committee was because we all agreed that in order to get through the financial challenges that we have, that we needed to have the community behind us, and we needed to have the community involved with the decision-making process as much as they can be. And so I really believe, you could bring your 3 questions and ask the same 3 questions of everyone if you like. I don't think anyone would prevent you from doing that.
No, of course.
Okay, but I think the ability, this is an important committee. This is not something that we're just going to ask for a rubber stamp. We've had enough rubber stamps in the last 20 years. I'm really looking for a committee that is willing to dedicate their time and their energy and their input and help us get through the next 3 or 4 years, which is going to be very challenging, to say the least.
Mayor, can I make a couple suggestions?
Yes.
Number one, we can schedule a special time, because I know that our agendas are very heavy and lengthy.
Yeah.
And I believe that that may be of concern, is the length of time if we schedule it at a regular meeting. So we can consider that. And then the second thing I'd like to suggest is we can still have an open meeting, however, have the applicants not being questioned outside the room, so that they don't have the advantage if they're last during the questioning. So if you want to ask the same applicants, or the same questions to different applicants, it doesn't give the ones that are answering last the advantage. Those are just
like a regular interview. Like a regular interview.
I like that, yes.
May I make one more suggestion?
Yes, sir.
I asked at the start of this if anyone had asked to speak, because I was hoping if they had, and it was candidates, that I was going to suggest that they speak after we have had this conversation. So I would like any of the candidates who are here would like to weigh in on what we're discussing. I think it would be very useful to our process.
I think Mr. Lara, Councilman Lara.
I'm sorry, you should have smacked me. I apologize. Mr. Lara was up next.
And I agree. We need to have this on a separate meeting. We've spent 12 minutes just trying to decide. So there's no way that we can do this during a council meeting and still finish by midnight or 1 o'clock. So we've got 16 candidates that we all want to interview or have the opportunity to analyze and look through. So maybe I'd suggest that we do this on a separate meeting specifically for the Finance Committee since it is so important. And I do like the idea of keeping the other candidates outside, a soundproof booth, like a dating game.
Sequestered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem here. Do we have a consensus there? Because I think that's...
Yeah, we could
if we could
move on it.
Move on that.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable with that?
A consensus on what? Just the
To
I think that's a good question.
Yes. A special meeting with the applicants, one at a time, outside.
Are we going to go through all 16?
That's my recommendation.
Because I'm not in a consensus on that. I like the idea that Mr. Pinckney brought up, where we can have the time to review these, select our 8. Mark, I'm sorry, did you want to speak?
I just said it'd be fair to give everybody a chance, and then we can narrow it down at the end.
May I finish now?
Sure.
Okay. I'm just saying I'm not in consensus with what you're proposing.
Okay. So, does someone want to make
I have a suggestion. Why don't we can combine Councilman White's suggestion with Mr. Pinckney's, where we each have our own list that we bring to the meeting, where we identify perhaps the top 8. We rate those candidates as we see. We tally the rating. We use a scale from 1 to 5. We tally that during the meeting, and the top 8 candidates are the ones that we interview. And at that point, we narrow it down and we interview them separately. That's my suggestion.
But we do it here, though, not...
No, that's correct. We do it out in the open.
Okay. That's why I just want to make sure it's open and transparent. We're not, doing it at home.
No, but we come here with our decision already made with the 8 that we want.
I don't think I think that's a Brown Act violation in terms of coming to the council with pre-decision. I mean,
No, it's not. It would not be a Brown Act violation if you as council members come with your list of who you think, and then you disclose it, we tally it. You can do that. That's okay.
Where's the whiteboard?
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we do this at a special meeting and that we follow the outline that Mr. Lara just presented, which was we bring our 8 ranked 1 to 5 and we reveal that at the beginning of the special meeting.
I'll second.
We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Laura.
So all 16 will come, but 8 will be spoken to.
Is that agreeable?
I would like the whole 16, but...
Roll call.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lada?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. 5-0, it passed.
Confirming that was a motion by Councilmember White, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lara? Okay.
Yes.
It's a nice problem to have
Yeah,
16 people. I was worried that we'd get 5 and then have to decide. So I'm really happy that we do have 16 good applicants.
And thank you for...
Should we agree on the meeting tonight? If the candidates are in the audience, they know?
Yes. I'm seeing heads going yes.
How about the Monday before? The 14th?
The 14th? Or you can do it an hour before the regular meeting?
No.
No. We want this totally separate.
The 14th at 6 o'clock?
Are there any candidates here who can't make the 14th?
Would it be possible to do it at 5?
5 o'clock?
I just think we're going to run late.
5 o'clock?
Okay. The candidates that are here, could you stand up, please? Wow. We would like to ask you if 5 o'clock on the 14th works. Yes. Everybody is?
There are other people.
But you always make time for the city of Beaumont. We know your calendar.
Almost all of them, yes.
Yes. Thank you all, and that's where we're set from here. And thank you for being here tonight.
Mayor, I will
Yes.
call all of the candidates, just in case I didn't identify everybody who was in the audience. So for those that weren't here tonight,
right,
make sure that they know also.
Okay. Thank you. Well done. Okay, we are going to move to action items and public hearing requests. Item number 4A, Independent Accounting Fund Reconciliation Service, CFD, and Mitigation Fee Funds. And this is Mr. Bush. Are you up? Yes.
Mayor and Council, at the November 3rd council meeting, you authorized staff to engage Urban Futures to do a comprehensive and complete reconciliation of the Community Facilities District funds and the mitigation monies. At that meeting, I committed to you that Urban Futures would come back the first meeting of every month, approximately every 30 days, to give you and the public an update as to their progress on that reconciliation. As a reminder, it has been stated that this reconciliation will take approximately 4 to 6 months. So we will see Urban Futures here for the next several months. The first meeting, the first council meeting of every month for those that missed the November 3rd meeting. Take it away, Michael.
Welcome. Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to ask for a recess because we can't record you. So let's take a break, everybody.
Pay attention to the clock.
Sorry. Are we ready?
Oh, I was going to say, now where's my...
Okay, we're going to bring the meeting back to order at 7:48, and Mr. Bush was just ready to give a presentation, so we won't interrupt you anymore. How's that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No problem. As the city manager pointed out as the introduction to this item, we were engaged in early November to start the process of reconciliation of several funds, the sewer fund, the CFD fund, and the mitigation fund. Since that time, we've ramped up our staffing, and I'll go through some of the details of that as part of my oral presentation. So we were engaged last month to provide fund reconciliation services. The engagement provides dedicated resources to oversee the project and provided added and needed support staff for the interim city manager and finance director. Our goal is to reconcile all bond activity, mitigation fee activity to the general ledger and bank accounts, prepare outstanding statutory reports, specifically the AB 1600 reports, and to provide data to assist the city in asset valuation consistent with GASB 34 requirements. The report you have today is the first of many, as pointed out by your city manager. We started the project officially with a kickoff meeting on November 9th. Since that time, there was an individual that started work that week, a second individual roughly the week after that, and this week a third CPA will be added. So as you can see in the staff report, not very many hours were concluded for the month of November as anticipated, roughly about 170, but what you'll see December going forward, that doubles to about 400 hours. In the few weeks we've been here, we've made, I think, fairly significant progress. Interesting to note, we've received to date over 30,000 records that have been obtained from the cities and are currently being reviewed by the staff assigned to the engagement. Currently, we're developing a summary-level project plan and budget by task. We're preparing a detailed work plan by task. When we've begun reconciliation of the mitigation fees collected, just at this point we're looking at just the revenues of the mitigation fees. Additional records have been requested from the city's trustee, Union Bank. I believe that a request has been made. There are documents available, but I think they're only from September 2014 to current that's available with the trustee. We're evaluating the documents. One of the big tasks that we have is to understand where there may be gaps in the documents. We have a lot to go through. The first task we're going to have is to make sure we have everything we need. We believe that other records may be needed, just based on our general findings of what we've experienced in the city so far. That may require additional discussions with the trustee, further review with maybe some of the city's vendors over the past several years, and quite frankly, may require us to reach out to the DA to see if they have records that we may need as well. We've also understand that the city has been receiving data from some of its constituents. That data has been forwarded to us as part of our evaluation process. I think it was more specific to some CFD bonds and the use and source of those funds. It's been included in our review. We will report those findings once that's done. And then obviously if there's anything that comes out of that, we'll be responding to the city manager and following up with that. Currently, everything is on task and on schedule and on budget. This report period is fairly short. You did receive a staff report from the interim city manager, kind of outlined kind of where we were and what we've accomplished to date. I would anticipate that the next report will be a lot more extensive because there'll be a lot more hours that will be completed by that point. The next report, we plan to provide a gap analysis of the records that we've been provided, and we will obviously report back on what data requests have been submitted over the next 30 days. We will begin populating fund reconciliation activity based on current data and data that we received during the month. We will continue to populate data for the mitigation fee activity. We will begin the development of the AB 1600 report, and we will continue to provide updates to the city manager and city council as requested. Hopefully, the next reconciliation, we can start showing you some of the template information so you can kind of see what we're doing and how we're putting it together. And hopefully we'll be able to give you some more specific deadlines on, for example, the mitigation revenue activity that we'll go through, as well as the records. That is all that I have to report today. Again, we've only been really engaged for about 2 weeks, but again, we'll be reporting a lot more as we go forward, but I could answer any questions that you may have.
All right, Mr. Bush, thank you. Do you have questions of the... No. Down on this end, Mr. Laura. Mr. Laura, I overlooked you. I'm sorry,
Sorry,
last
I'm
time.
good.
You want to go first?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Mr. White.
Real quick, a gap analysis is just basically what data you're missing?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you just explain to me in your hours per month chart, the different, what's monthly hours versus project hours? Is that projected hours, or is that, you know, what you were expecting to spend, or?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I had.
Okay, I have a quick question. Are we doing better with Union Bank? Are they coming forth with what they're supposed to? Are you getting your stuff from Union? Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'll let Onyx answer that. We're still struggling with getting the documentation that we need. Onyx is in communication with one of their attorneys. She did make contact with one of the Union Bank attorneys. We do have access electronically somewhat, but it's still not a complete, they have not fulfilled our complete request.
Would you like to address that real quick?
Good evening,
Mrs.
Madam
Jones.
Mayor, Council. Yes, I did speak with John Breen, who is the attorney for Union Bank. He is in receipt of the letter from the city attorney. His response to me was that, number one, they made sure we had online access set up, and myself and Urban Futures, we were able to go out and look on the online access, and it does go back to September 2014 only to current. So for some of the current information, it will be helpful. For the prior information, he informed me that the DA had made a request to them similar to ours, asking for everything. And if we make the same request, it will be a very lengthy cost to do that, because they will hire people to pull the information from their vault and make copies, etc. They've already gone through the process for the DA. They indicated if we had some people that we can connect with the DA, it may be less expensive for us to just simply ask the DA to get copies of the information. They forward it to the DA. Then we would know what's still missing after we saw what they've submitted to the DA.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, this is receive and file.
We do have 3 speakers, ma'am.
Oh, we have speakers. Okay. First speaker.
You need to open or?
Yes, I'll open the public hearing.
7:50. First speaker, Alan Horowitz.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is Alan Horowitz. I'm an attorney. My offices are in Cathedral City in Westlake Village, California, and I represent Judith Bingham. I don't know what you know about the public request, but there was one made in September 1, 2015 for documents that are included in what is being done by Urban Futures. For your information, the government code says that those documents are due within 10 days, and there's a 14-day extension. It can be requested by the city. This is not 24 days. This is 3 months. I don't see any progress with regard to the documents from Union Bank. You've got to get tough with Union Bank, Council. Those documents are yours, and you have a right to them, and the public wants to see them. The city of Beaumont technically is in serious default with regard to this public
record request. 4 to 6 months to compile these records is unacceptable. The people of this city are entitled to know, out of $325 million worth of bond funds, what was spent. Now, there is, on the light side, there were 21 files that were available that total $43 million. $43 million out of $325 million is a mere pittance. You have a long way to go. And I want to know how we're going to speed this process up. 3 people aren't going to do it. 6 people may not be able to do it. You may have to get to 10. There is no back door on this where you can just set a schedule and say, you have to wait. No, you don't have to wait. And there are legal procedures that will make this schedule, that will shorten this schedule from a 4 to 6 month period of time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have something that we can do here? What do we do?
I met with Mr. Horowitz and Judy Bingham today. This was the second meeting that I had. The first meeting the city clerk attended. I don't believe that he was available today for the meeting. We did update both of them with the progress. We are currently using counter staff to print out. Each file is anywhere from 500 to 800 pages. It has bank account information on it for vendors as well as the city, and at the recommendation of the city attorney, all of that bank account information needs to be redacted. It is not public record. That means that staff has to go page by page by page and black out all of the accounting information. We have made it through 21 files at 500 to 800 pages each. We continue to print out, redact, and scan. Again, we're using counter staff because we do not have staff in the city clerk's office to do this. There are, as I indicated in my meeting with them today, there are a couple boxes in the office. I believe there are 7 files that have been redacted, printed out and redacted, that have not been scanned, and they are free to go through those boxes if they wish, and they will be scanned as time permits. But I believe, let's carry back there, I believe we still have 27 more files to do. Is that the number? 30. 30 more files to do. It's going to take another, I'm going to guess and say 3 to 4 weeks, because I don't know what the vacation schedule is for the counter staff. And this is all done in between answering phones and helping customers at the counter and all of their other duties. We can certainly bring in a team, and I can get you a quote if you'd like.
A team to...
It's not in the budget. A team to do the redaction and the printing to get it done faster.
The law does not require the city to do what it's not capable of doing. I appreciate what Mr. Horowitz said, and I think the city staff is acting in good faith and doing the best that they can to be responsive and communicating with the requesting party. I'm confident from what Mr. Horowitz said that it's not fast enough from their perspective, but with the city can't do what it's not capable of doing. And you've adopted a budget that you have to stick with. So I think you've heard from your city manager that they're doing the best that they can. But what we can't do and won't do is put people's confidential bank account information out there in the public domain and expose the city to liability should somebody's identity be stolen or something worse. So, we have to balance the privacy rights of the individuals whose personal information is contained in these documents and the requesting party's right to the documents. So.
And just as a final note, as I did explain to Mrs. Bingham and her attorney, these documents that we're uploading were just discovered around mid-October. up until mid-October, we didn't know that we had these files.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions here, or should we move
We
to
still
our
have two speakers still.
next
Two more
speaker?
speakers still.
Two more?
Yes. Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. I appreciate the requisitions that you just found in November. However, I've been asking for Union Bank statements for years, 2 years at least. I was able to get some at great expense to me because I was told by Mr. Allard, and you can see here that this is a Union Bank statement. It's not redacted, and it says, "Attention Bill Allard." It was printed out, but certainly Mr. Allard received these electronically. So where are they? Does anybody know? Are they on the computers? Has anybody looked for them? I don't know. But here's the problem. Without the bond fund accounts from the Union Bank statements, it is not possible for Mr. Bush or Wildan, who is in charge of the arbitrage, to do the job you were hired by the city to do. I am asking, Mr. Bush, do you have any of the Union Bank statements? I have a few myself that I paid dearly for about 2 years ago, and I'd like to give you that. I've got a few more. I'm just asking, how can you do your job without these Union Bank statements? And I would hope the city would try to get them as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker?
Nancy Gall.
You know, and Madam Mayor, again, I want to reiterate what the city manager expressed, and as you know, Union Bank was not cooperative, and it wasn't until the city attorney sent a letter that we finally got any form of cooperation, and that's their legal counsel now, so we're having to work through their legal counsel. So it's been a very unusual experience with a banking institution that's serving the city's interests.
Yeah, Ms. Schall.
I just want to talk about this. In 2010, when I was on the city council, I requested Union Bank records. At that time, there was a number of people from Fairway Canyon who were appalled by the amount of their CFDs, and we really couldn't help them unless we had some information. And when I asked for them, Mr. Kapanikis told me well, he said it was none of my business, that they were the records of a private company and we couldn't obtain them. And so it's been like at least 5 years since we've been trying to get these records, and so we can help the people that are questioning their CFDs. And I think it's about time we try our best to get, and I'm glad Mr. Bush is here working on it. But, you know, these people deserved an answer. It's been a long time.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
No further speakers.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:06. I have a question for our city attorney. City Attorney, Mr. Pinckney, and it's in regards to the Union Bank. Do we have any recourse as far as filing? I mean, I know you sent them a letter.
We did,
But
and
what type of
we gave them a deadline, and which they did not meet. Their attorney contacted us and requested additional time, and they've been working with Ms. Jones, as she indicated. What I heard tonight was they're basically saying, we can give them to you, but it's going to cost you, and that you might be able to get them from the DA. So, we'll explore that.
Okay. All right.
But, they're entitled to the documents, and nobody disputes that. And we want to get them to Ms. Bingham. And I think what you're hearing tonight is the staff is doing the best that it can to get them and then redact them and provide them to them. So.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Question from Mayor Pro Tem.
Is there any possibility, I mean, customer service being what it is, especially today, can we look for another financial institution to put our money?
Actually, the city treasurer and I have had that conversation several times. I'm not happy with Union Bank, nor am I happy with the other bank that has our large cash pool.
Okay.
And so we will be working together to bring an RFP to council. It's been, as I've stated publicly before, I've never encountered banking institutions that treat their customers the way we've been treated, and we have millions of dollars in these banks.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Mr. White.
First, is there any charge for presenting the documents and scanning for after they've been scanned? We're not charging for that, are we? Okay.
It's free.
And what's the name of their legal guy?
I don't have his name. Onyx has been speaking with him.
John Green.
Green like the color?
Green.
You know, when I was a kid of the Watergate era, the press would be asking Mr. Breen where our documents are. And I'm just putting that out to you. I see back there, Julie. I know you're trying to hide from me. But if the first name was, again? John Breen. Okay. I think the power of the press would really be helpful here. And I agree we need to pull our money as soon as we can.
Just to reiterate, they're not withholding the information from us. They're giving us the option of paying or seeking the information that they forwarded to the DA.
But they could provide it to us electronically, just like we are providing it to Mrs. Bingham electronically.
So, yeah, their process is that the information has been put in a vault.
When I spoke with them in July, they told me that they would have to go to Iron Mountain and pull the boxes, and it was very labor intensive, and there was going to be a great charge, and that they would get back to me with what that charge was, and I never heard from them again. And then Onyx came on board, and she took over from there.
Do we have any idea how much we've paid Union Bank over the last 20 years?
That's part of the reconciliation.
Yeah.
Yes, that will be a part of the reconciliation.
Okay, great, great.
And just to clarify as well, the bank statements are also being uploaded. We do have the bank statements that Ms. Bingham was referring to. It's just that they have to be redacted as well, because it has account number information on the statements.
And we have that back a couple of years, correct?
Wildan assisted us with the really old ones from '93, and I had files from the old finance director's folder back to '05. So between Wildan and what we had from '05 to current, again, each bank statement's 800 pages, and they have to go through one at a time. So that's also being uploaded. We're having transit staff help us with those statements.
So John Breen, B-R-E-E-N, correct? Okay, thank you.
Did you get that, Julie?
Uh-oh. Thank you.
John Breen, B-R-E-E-N.
One more time? Yeah, there you go. Good job. Okay, this was receive and file. Do we want to receive and file?
Did we have any more questions for Michael?
We're there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Okay. Mr. Pinckney, you're looking at me like I did something that I shouldn't do. No. Okay. Let's move on to item number B, Beaumont's workout plan to sustainability.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In my 2015-16 budget message, which I presented to you September 15th, I documented the fact that the Beaumont General Fund is insolvent with a negative cash balance of anywhere from $8 million to $10 million. We continue to diligently review, reconcile, and work towards closing the books for 2014-15, and we have not completed that task yet. The question arises, should we file bankruptcy? The city does not have any material contracts that can be impaired through bankruptcy that will render substantial cost savings while maintaining our ability to provide for the health and safety of our citizens. Pursuing a bankruptcy option is very expensive, to the tune of millions, and the benefits don't outweigh the cost at this time. The city's fiscal condition is extremely fragile right now, and I have, in my budget message and tonight as well, suggested that we develop a workout plan to sustainability to take us from now into the future and set the stage to get our fiscal house in order. I've invited Bob Dice here tonight to give you a presentation on how we would like to accomplish that.
Hello, Mr. Dice. Welcome.
Mayor, council members, thank you. We are searching for the PowerPoint.
Did we lose you?
Maybe we should take a recess and give us a chance to chase
We will find the PowerPoint.
Okay, we need to get a PowerPoint. Take 3 minutes, everyone. Okay. Let's bring the meeting back to order. Mr. Dice is going to give us a PowerPoint
While I'm making
presentation.
most of the presentation, this is a joint work product
Okay.
with the city manager and the team that you've helped compile. So just to give you a little bit of background on some of the terminology, there's three basic measurements to describe the city's capacity to fund and provide services. First is cash solvency or insolvency, the ability to pay bills. That's pretty straightforward. Most people understand that. What most people don't understand, though, is there's a lot of expenditures associated with providing services that oftentimes are invisible, but they're real. And if they are not addressed, you don't have an organization to provide services. CalPERS is a cost, a growing cost. Insurance liabilities. Most people don't understand that cities are huge insurance liability generators. As hard as you try not to, liability and workers' comp are big costs. Technology and fleet. Fleet for public works or the police department, and having the money set aside so you replace the vehicles when they need to be. Accrued leave liabilities, and reserve for economic uncertainties. Most cities have set-aside reserves that they only tap when they have the next recession. And it's not a matter of if there will be a recession. The question is when you're going to have the next recession. And then service solvency is the ability to provide adequate services. So those are the three key components that determine the health of your city. So the city manager's budget message touched on a lot of these. She mentioned that we are cash insolvent, and staff is reconciling the books. Our estimate right now is $8 to $10 million. We're relying on other funds for cash flow purposes, which, as you all know, is inappropriate. The total general fund budget is $27.7 million. So if you take the percent of that budget that you have, the hole that you have to address, that's a huge percent. The level of insolvency is relatively high. It's a big nut to crack before addressing budget insolvency, before addressing service insolvency. And I reviewed the CAFRs going back to 2007. I think with some research, you probably reached the conclusion that you've been insolvent since 2007. From a cash standpoint, you've been relying on borrowing from other funds at the close of the fiscal year. Another thing the city manager said in the budget message is the city is budget insolvent. We don't have any reserves to weather the next recession. Even current level of services that some of you would argue is inadequate, I question whether you have the resources to maintain that level of inadequate services when you throw in all these other issues like insurance and fleet and a reserve for the next recession. Just to give you a standard, Government Finance Officers Association recommends that 16% of the budget be set aside as reserve, only to be tapped as a last resort. Equipment replacement fund has been rated. There's no documented set aside for technology replacement. We are concerned about the condition of our insurance funds given our liabilities. I've spoken to this. The good news is you've made the first step in years in starting to tackle this, and that is you lived within your means for 15-16 budget. Major first step. But if you take that $8 to $10 million of cash insolvency and you add what we think, after we do the work here, if you add what we think to be budget solvent, you add that to $8 to $10 million, and then you start talking about service insolvency. If you want to make some selected investments in areas that you think you're inadequate, it starts adding up. You cut the budget by 17% to live within your means. You made major cuts in contracting. Your capital improvement budget doesn't have any general fund available for it. Most cities have some general fund in their capital budget, so we're guessing that's underfunded. You have a minimally staffed police department, as you know, and you are seeing some selected service impacts in some areas as a result of the cuts just this year. So the city manager put together a plan how to deal with this. And again, it was outlined in the budget message, and there were 4 components. One was stop the bleeding. You've done that. Check. Next is we developed an operating budget. We did not create a capital improvement plan and a capital budget. That's in progress. That's really a 2-phased approach. You develop your capital needs for the next 5 years. What do you need to replace? What do you need to build? And notwithstanding resources. And then you got to attach that or reconcile that with the actual available resources, and then you have a capital budget. Well, Mr. Bush is going to do the CIP in conjunction with staff, but we're not going to be able to come up with a capital budget until we reconcile those funds that you've been all talking about. So the third component is the subject for today, and the fourth you're familiar with, of adopting the financial management policies, which is on a path for review and ultimate approval. So the city manager has talked about this issue of if we're insolvent, what about this bankruptcy protection issue? Well, I'll elaborate a little bit on what the city manager said. Filing for bankruptcy, what that does is it provides an avenue for you to impair contracts that you feel are burdensome to the city, that's holding you back. You can impair and reduce liabilities through the Chapter 9 process. At this stage, we don't see the burdensome contracts or the liabilities at this stage that would generate savings, enough savings to justify the immense expense of going through the process. The benefits don't outweigh the costs. And just to give you a benchmark, Stockton, I think it's over closer to $30 million they've spent on bankruptcy. But they eliminated around $2 billion worth of unfunded liabilities over the next 40 years. So you don't have that offset. But this may change in the future. If there's large, new, burdensome liabilities that are placed on the city, you may want to revisit that. But right now, we don't see the benefit of doing that. So the process we're recommending today was informed by Stockton's restructuring and exit of bankruptcy, informed by San Bernardino's bankruptcy exit plan that's in front of the judge right now that's being litigated. At least in Stockton, it's played out. They are now solvent from those 3 standards. They have 20% reserves. So while we're using that same step process, the answers will be totally different based on what you want, what we find, and what you determine as a priority. Insolvency is an extremely rare occurrence in municipalities, and to have that skill set to facilitate recovery is rare, and Mike and I have exposure in Stockton and Beaumont, and we're bringing that learning curve, I'm sorry, San Bernardino, and bring that learning curve to Beaumont. So what's the goal of the workout plan? Develop a multi-year fiscal plan that eliminates insolvency. Even more, it goes the other route. It produces the necessary reserves and resources to support the service levels that are desired by Beaumont citizens on a sustainable basis. That's the intent of this workout plan. It's an 8-step process. Some steps can be done concurrently, and I'll give you ultimately a flow chart. I think it'll become clear. It's critical that we get going immediately because we want to get caught up in time for the start of the 16-17 budget process that typically starts late winter in most cities. So step 1, you've talked about this. This is probably the most important thing. This determines the entire rest of the project. Getting a handle on your books, getting a handle on your finances. It also affects the credibility of the city. San Bernardino, the books got away from them. it's really impaired their credibility in dealing with creditors and dealing with stakeholders, dealing with the public. So it's really important to not let that get away from us and get caught up on the books. And from all appearances, it looks like there's a lot of work ahead of you to do that, because the books have been in difficult shape for quite a few years. But once you reconcile those books, you might increase that level of insolvency. The estimate from staff is best case around 120 days, worst case 180 days. Hopefully it'll be on the shorter end of that, because that impacts all the other steps. The capital improvement plan, I've talked about that. A budget, we've already started that. But the budget piece, we got to wait until step 1 is done. So that stretches the final piece out to 150 to 200 days. But when it comes to the needs, notwithstanding the resources, you can talk about that here in the very near future, because they're close to finishing that. So then we have the multi-year forecast. And what we recommend we do is estimate our revenues and expenditures for the next 7 to 10 years. The question is, why are you going out that far? Because it may take some time to transition out of insolvency. It may take more than a year or two. And then secondly, we need to show with some confidence to you that once we've made all the difficult decisions, that the end game is achieved. It's solvent, it's sustainable, and we want to show that for a few years. So that's how we came up with the 7 to 10 year estimates. So one of the terms we use is baseline estimates. And I would call this step A of the multi-year forecast. And the baseline estimates take what you have now: current revenues, current expenses, current fund balance, and estimates that out for 7 to 10 years. And that answers the question, what if we do nothing? I'm going to guess, even if you do nothing on anything else, that projections are going to show you're going to have problems as you go out in the out years. Your revenues aren't going to keep pace with your current expenditures. So baseline is current. That's the term that we oftentimes use. Step 4 is the assessment of the organization from a service and budget solvency standpoint. And what that will entail is, what's it going to take to get to service and budget solvency? We're going to work with staff, evaluate the condition of our assets that are critical to service delivery, identify the needs to methodically replace them, talk about the insurance funds and compare that to what our liabilities are per the actuaries. We're going to look at our service levels and determine where we might be falling short. That'll be a 45 to 60 day exercise. And then we add those costs to the baseline costs. So we now have step B in that financial forecast. So how can we save costs? We can always be better. Always. It may not be a large sum, but we owe it to ourselves to evaluate how we deliver services and try to find ways to saving money. Can we more or less contract to save money? Can we change our contracting methods in certain areas to better control costs? It could be something as simple as looking in the police department about our civilian versus sworn staff ratios. We talk to other neighboring jurisdictions about partnering. Every one of these will have pros and cons. We're not judging them. We're giving you pieces of a recipe. We're giving you the raw materials, and we'll give you the pros and cons, and then you decide whether they're viable or not. For Stockton and San Bernardino, this step was huge saver of funds in both cities. In order to maintain credibility, in a public process, they typically ask you, what have you done to look for cost savings? Again, nothing would be decided or recommended until you talk about funding gaps and how to put the pieces together to have a sustainable city. So this is just looking at the raw materials, nothing more. And then we would adjust the multi-year forecast by reducing the cost of that sustainable city. And we now have the cost of a sustainable Beaumont by going through those steps. So then we're projecting there'll be a gap. I mean, there will be. And so what are the options for funding that workout plan? We can evaluate, compare major funding sources with neighboring jurisdictions to see if there's something that you might want to consider that other cities are utilizing. We're going to review at a macro level our fees, compare that to neighboring jurisdictions. We're going to review major contracts to see if there's potential for new resources. What we're not going to do, and the city manager can speak to this, is we think you need a separate, very detailed project where you're reviewing every user fee, every impact fee, and your indirect cost plan, and to make sure they're current and they comply with state and federal law, and they're recovering the costs adequately. Not more, not less. That is a project in and of itself, much more detailed. It has to be done eventually. So then you go back to that multi-year financial forecast, and you start playing some what-ifs. If we had this resource option or that resource option, do we have a balanced budget for 7 to 10 years? Some things we might want to look at is, do we have some assets to sell? Cities aren't used to thinking in that way, but you have some assets that are worth some money. You might want to consider selling them. A one-time sale will go towards that negative fund balance, because that's a one-time problem. You're probably going to have two aspects of a gap. You're going to have that fund balance that you inherited, and then you're going to have an ongoing gap between revenues and expenditures over the next 7 to 10 years. So you may want to have two solutions based on those two problems. So here's a pictorial on how this logic would work. You heard the baseline revenues versus expenditures, beginning of step 3. And I just put some numbers there in millions, and would go out to fiscal year 26. So you can see there's for the display purposes, there's a negative $1 million that increases to negative $2 million in 17-18. If you add the need to get to budget solvency and service solvency, now that number in 16-17 goes from a negative 1 up to a negative 4. But then you have cost savings. You've come up with $1 million worth of cost saving ideas, so the shortfall for sustainability is now negative 3. And then you start coming up with some options for funding and eliminating that negative, and you have that difference. The difficulty with this project, and the difficulty for you, is you've inherited a negative 8 million, maybe a negative 10 million. So the difference is a large number, and a large number to crack. So that'll be the challenge, is to reduce that over time. So step 7. This is kind of a unique approach, but you're in a unique situation that asks for a unique approach. And my experience in both Stockton and San Bernardino as a consultant is community input and interacting and sitting down with leaders of your community has been beneficial in both of those cities. I hope that would be the case here. Convene a committee of community leaders that you seek out and recruit and handpick. Talk about these different aspects of the issue with these folks. And you would sit side by side. A lot of this you will already know about, they will not. But then you'll start talking about the problem and options on how to get back to solvency. My experience is one of the most difficult things in every city and county that I've worked at is communicating. Both you getting information out and people having informed opinion about what's going on at the city and getting that to you. And, you know, you have, what, 35, 40,000 people in Beaumont. What do the majority of those people think? And that's always a challenge for elected officials. And so, not only should you have a robust communication program and maybe have some public meetings, I think my experience in two cities is if you have some community leaders working with you that, A, are leaders in the community, 2, they have access to constituency that they talk to, that's going to help in both problem solving and communication. I would suggest the full council attend these meetings. Because of that, it would be a posted public meeting. The public would be allowed to attend. Council would be primarily a resource to provide feedback and perspective, but not drive it, because you want the committee to develop recommendations for the council. So that is a proposal in step 7. And then you have step 8, which is plan implementation. It's important that you get all kinds of good input, but ultimately you retain the final decision to see what you have to do. I think it's really important to start fleshing this out in the 16-17 budget process, because you want to start implementing the plan. I don't think you want to adopt another budget and not make headway into this issue. And then, this is no hidden agenda or secret message, but if there is a question for voters to address, November 2016 is available, which typically requires submittal of paperwork to the county, typically in the summertime. Every county is a little different, but typically July and August. So another reason why you want this done during this fiscal year. And like I said, there's no preconceived notion here, but in this state, rightfully or wrongfully, the voters have a lot of say in what goes on in local governments. So that's something to think about. So then we did a flow chart of the process. And as you can see, step 1, step 2, step 4, and step 5, they all feed into this multi-year forecast. And out of that will come a capital budget. But then you'll know what it takes to be a healthy, sustainable Beaumont. And then you can start identifying options for funding this plan. And then you have the facts for the discussion, to convene the community leaders, to convene the community, and have a robust discussion and ultimately decide what you want to do. This is a Gantt chart, another way of describing the flow chart. It's each of those different steps. As you can see, now, step number 1, cleaning up the books, is the big issue. We show 4 months on the most optimistic side, but then it could go into April. And until that's done, we can't finish step 2, we can't finish step 3, we can't finish step 6, and we can't begin step 7. That's the intent of showing this. So, but those other things we can begin now if you give us the green light. So in summary, restore the fiscal house is not going to be easy. I encourage you, based on experience in 2 cities, you need to stick with the plan. There's no shortcuts. It's going to take a lot of discipline to stay on that path. It's grounded all in that multi-year forecast that you're going to maintain into the future. It's a radical change in practice for this city. Past practice, well, you know how that got us. So it's a new practice, a new culture, a new mindset. And every time you change practices, you create controversy. That's just the reality. Because people have investment in current situation, and the numbers just don't add up. And again, I think it's really important to have a new way of doing a two-way communication process. After you're done, you know that old saying, that cliche, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger? I think the city is going to be much stronger as a result of this, and I think Beaumont will be more knowledgeable about your finances, more knowledgeable than 99% of the other cities in this state after you're done with this process. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Very, very well
Before we
done.
go to questions, I just want to reiterate the fiscal impact of this plan so that council and the public is aware. Given the magnitude of the project, the time frame, and the reduced staffing capacity in my office, which we've already talked about tonight, the need to enhance credibility by assessing independent evaluations of options, I'm proposing the use of Urban Futures Incorporated, Michael Bush, and his subcontract with Bob Dice. They'll be using city staff to the greatest extent possible, but due to the competing demands that we have on staff and the recent layoffs and resignations that we've seen, there's very few people in the state that have successfully completed this project of this nature, and their assistance is absolutely critical to completing this plan. The proposed estimated fiscal impact to the general fund is $97,320, and I'm recommending, should council approve the plan and the expenditure, that it come out of council's contingency fund, which currently has a balance of $379,460.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Do we have any speakers?
We do have one speaker.
Thank you. Do we have? Okay. We have a speaker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, Mary Daniel.
Okay.
Don't forget.
It's clear that a great deal of time and effort and thought has gone into the sustainability plan, as we've seen here tonight. The first difficult steps have been taken, as they've indicated, but there's still a great deal of work to be done. But it's always good to have a plan, as Mr. Dice said, needs to be followed and kept to, just like any other budget in your own personal life. And it seems like if that happens, that this might actually make some headway in solving the financial crisis that has been passed on by previous councils and administrators. I only had one concern when I was looking through it. It's on page 1 of Appendix A, where it indicates there that the general fund budget continues to rely on restricted funds to support the general fund cash flow, which is inappropriate and must eventually stop. I'm going to take exception with that word eventually. It needs to stop immediately. We cannot be solvent using restricted funds to get us by. That's the past practices that we've seen exactly what's happened. So in my personal opinion, using these monies is not the way to continue this plan. I think that this sustainability plan will not succeed if that's the way it's done. If we depend on those funds for solvency, it won't work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Okay. Mr. Dice, will you address that, please?
Sure. Our desire is to eliminate the negative cash tomorrow. If we can identify $8 to $10 million, the general fund can be solvent by the end of the fiscal year. It'll probably rely on special funds for part of the year. So that's the nut to crack, is the $8 to $10 million. So yeah, maybe I was presumptuous that it might take some time. Maybe by going through this process, we'll identify that $8 to $10 million fixer. Then you have the ongoing issue that I described, but can be handled separately. So that's the assumption I was making when I said it might take some time, simply because I don't know of an asset, $8 to $10 million, but it may be there.
That'll be part of the process.
Part of the process. Okay. Questions? Mr. Laura? Mr. White, are you good?
No, I have a couple of questions. When you speak of the restricted funds that's funding the what Ms. Daniels brought up. What funds are we talking about specifically?
Well, it looks like it's primarily the CFDs, but I don't know until all the books are reconciled to say with any confidence.
CFD and mitigation funds is likely what it is.
Okay. Can I ask Mr. Bush a question? Just because this is more financial, I know that we've had discussions before about the previous practices of borrowing from restricted funds, but that there is a way to borrow from restricted funds that is much better than what's happened in the previous practices. And I think it had to do with ordinances or loans, or, I mean, can you expand upon that as far as keeping track of what restricted funds we're using?
Sure. I think your resident and Mr. Dice both kind of pointed out in a broad sense of what really goes on. It's not uncommon for a public agency, a city, to cash flow from its pool of cash. What it does typically is, let's say the general fund starts with $1, and during the course of receiving its revenues, most of its revenues come from property tax, and so those are paid only twice a year. So typically it has to use pooled cash until it waits to get these payments. And then when the property tax come in, it repays the fund that it borrows from. It could be CFD fund, mitigation fund, sewer fund. It's not uncommon. The issue that's important here is you do rely on cash, but it's continuously because of the negative cash that you start with. And so one of the options that you have, and I think Bob kind of alluded to, looking at assets. Your sewer fund is an asset. Your other funds are assets. And I'm aware there is a government code that does allow you to look at your development impact fees and to borrow from them. But as Bob pointed out in his presentation, the expectation of borrowing must come with the expectation of repayment. And so your auditor will criticize you if you've borrowed money from one of the other funds without a recognition or an agreement to repay, and it's with interest. And so while you can look at all your funds, there may be a fund that can support part of the problem or all the problem. It needs to be short-term, and there needs to be an agreement adopted by the council formally of repaying the money back in a reasonable amount of time.
And those agreements would be part of this sustainability plan?
It would be an option. We would present options. Candidly, it wouldn't be the most desirable option to borrow if you didn't have to. But in this case, it may be reasonable to take that approach. It's, my opinion, I think the borrowing of CFD money is a little bit more challenging and probably the most inappropriate because those funds are held in trust by the agency on the behalf of the property owners to pay off debt. And so we would certainly want to avoid that option, and we'd look at other options. The challenge that we may have, and this is part of the issue that you're going to face from a cash flow perspective, while the general fund is negative in cash, the problem that you will have, and I think Bob pointed out more in assets, replacement of vehicles and keeping up with insurance and reserves, your other problem is if you rely on those development impact fees, it means your capital improvement plan basically has zero funding because you need that cash to keep the general fund whole at zero. So Bob alluded to the whole being 8 to 10 million. That's to get the general fund to zero. So it's a big number. And so until you get that to a positive number, what's going to be affected is your capital improvement plan, I guarantee you, is going to be affected until you can solve the problem. Because those monies are available to fix your streets, signals, sewer plant, and those things.
And I understand that you're going to provide us options, and I really think that, as you, I think, indicated, that the restricted funds is one of our options that are way at the bottom of the list. But the difference between the past and now is that in the past that was being done, and only a handful of people knew that it was being done. And I think that's why we got into the trouble we're in.
I think one of the other items that's important to point out is you're at a position now and a point now financially that all of your decisions need to be made in the context of the workout plan, not individually. And so I know you talked about your sewer plant and you've talked about other things. All that needs to be considered as part of a plan and what impact that would have. Certain restricted funds do provide overhead allocation to the city. If you remove those restricted funds, it further deepens the hole into the general fund. And so you've really got to think what is in the best interest of the city and its workout plan. And so individual decisions need to be made in the context of, I think, the workout plan at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? Okay. Mr. Laura? Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Mr. Bush?
You're up again, Michael.
Sorry. So one of the bigger differences, too, that we have moving forward with the workout plan is we've actually worked on balancing a budget where borrowing from restricted funds prior, there was no balanced budget. It was just we were spending more than we were taking in and didn't look to balance the budget. Is that right?
Not entirely.
Okay.
The fact that you have a negative cash balance means you've already borrowed, you haven't repaid.
Okay.
So currently, the revenue you're bringing into the general fund, you're spending basically that amount, but the prior years of borrowing has still not been paid back. And so without a loan agreement, you've borrowed from restricted funds with no plan to repay. So part of the workout plan would present that repayment plan, whether it's through asset allocations or a go-forward multi-year plan.
Thank you.
So, Michael, the whole remains the whole until we,
Yes.
if we have 27 million in revenue and we're spending 27 million in expenditures, the whole remains.
It's not getting bigger.
It's correct.
Right.
If we have 27 million in revenue and we have 25 million in expenditures, 2 million's going to go to fill that hole.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Dice, more comments here?
That hole in '07 was about $2 million.
Yeah.
So it could have been nipped at the bud then. And so it's gone from 2 million up to 8 to 10. And that's a reflection of every year the city spent a little bit more than it was taken in.
Right.
And if I remember correctly, that was the year that we increased benefits. That was the year that we added a significant number of police officers, and that hole got bigger in 2008, and we continued to spend, and we continued to give benefits, and we continued to give raises and hire more people.
So, excuse me.
No,
Go,
I was just going to say 2007 and 8 was basically the worst point of the recession.
Everybody else was laying off.
Right.
I
We
can
went through
tell
a
you
terrible.
that Transit took a 15% cut in their budget, and the transit drivers felt that when their hours were reduced from 80 hours a pay period to about 72 hours a pay period.
Right.
So in 2007 and 8, we had the opportunity to set the city in the right direction, and instead, the choice was to hire more people, raises, and that sort of thing.
And add benefits.
And add benefits. So if we had done like the other cities around us, look where we would be today.
So one could argue you made the cuts this year that most cities made in '07, '08, '08, '09. And since it wasn't made, those cuts weren't made, and the deficit was covered up with transfers and this and that, it just forestalled the inevitable, and that balance got bigger, that hole got bigger and bigger. Just to give you a feel, 16% is the standard for a reserve for a healthy city. So that's around $4.5 million. So add $4 million to the 8 to 10, that's how much of a swing you have to go the other way. That's why we're saying maybe not all at once.
Thank you. Very helpful. Mr. Roscoe?
No, I think it's time for us to move forward. So I know that there was a recommendation by staff about approving the purchase order, correct? And taking the funds from the contingency plan or contingency from the account from City Council?
There's actually two motions that I'm recommending.
So I'd like to go ahead and make that motion if council is ready, because I think we need to act now, so move forward. I know the first consideration was to have council kind of take input and provide direction with workout plan. So but before we do that, should we approve the purchase order? Want me to do that first? Okay. So again, I will make the motion to approve the purchase order for Urban Futures of $97,320 from the contingency account.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Orozco, second by Lada to approve the purchase order. Roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lada?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. So it passed 5-0.
Now, as for the input, did you want kind of direction on what we want to see with public input or council input, or?
Just direction on changing the plan, if anything. If not, then approve it as is.
I move that we approve the plan as presented tonight.
I'll second that. I was just going to make a comment, but I'm good with that. That's okay.
Okay, so motion by White, second by Orozco to approve the plan as presented. Roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lada?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Hey, that passed 5-0. Okay, and at this point in time, are there a number of people here to speak on item number H? Do
you have any of the organizations here?
Is this?
Yeah, H.
H.
That's,
CDBG.
I don't know if we have some presenters here from that organization. I know Boys and Girls Club.
I don't have any turned in for 4-8.
Oh, you're here for item number H?
CDBG.
Oh, okay. Let's wait till the audience, or till we clear out a little bit here. I was asked to move this forward at a request of Councilmember Orozco. So
I just didn't know if we had speakers on here presenting or.
Up to you guys.
I'm okay with moving it up.
Okay, let's move item number H. We're going to go there. We're going to jump ahead. And it's the Community Development Block Grant Funding for 2016-17. And is Rebecca here? Is she the one speaking on this?
Oh, there she is.
We pulled a fast one on you, Rebecca.
I was here, I just realized my notes were left in the other room.
Okay.
So I had to go back. Excuse me.
This is Rebecca Deming. Hello.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Each year we apply for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, funds for expenditures in the city of Beaumont. The amount received last year for all programs was $173,985. The city of Beaumont is only able to use 14% of our total funds for public programs. Construction projects, however, can be used up to 100% of the funds. With the projected funds for the city of Beaumont, we are only able to fund approximately $25,000 in nonprofit programs. The minimum funding allowed for any single program is $5,000. Due to the limited funds available, staff is recommending that only projects located within the city of Beaumont be funded, and all applicants must receive additional funding for the same program from the county or other EDA participating cities. This ensures effective, efficient, and appropriate allocation and use of staff and CDBG funds. The council may also choose to retain 100% of the CDBG funds for a construction project. With the elimination of redevelopment agency funding for public improvements, the funding for public improvements is very limited. If council chooses to fund nonprofit programs, the remaining funds would go towards the City of Beaumont council-approved construction project. The proposed application requesting county approval of CDBG projects is divided into two sections. First, public nonprofit programs, and the second for public improvement projects. Council approval is authorized. Approval is to authorize the preparation and submittal of the Community Development Block Grant Program application to the Riverside County Economic Development Agency. First, the proposed nonprofit public programs. We received 5 applications for nonprofit organizations for City of Beaumont CDBG funding. Habitat for Humanity of the San Gregorio Pass area. The proposed funding is for the Habitat's Helping Hands program, which would support exterior home preservation services that provides repair, painting, and weatherization services for homeowners in need. Alternative to Domestic Violence. Proposed funding for ADV would support their outreach services program, which serves victims and their children impacted by domestic violence. The ARC of Riverside County is proposed for Job Developer Program. This program networks with local business communities to seek out employers who are willing to provide work opportunity for their clients. The Boys and Girls Club of San Gorgonio Pass. The proposed funding is for the Boys and Girls Club would go to their Camp Kids program. The program consists of summer camp, Thanksgiving camp, winter camp, and spring camp programs. And finally, Voices for Children. The proposed funding would go to their court-appointed special advocate program. This program provides advocacy services for foster children. I provided a worksheet to give prioritization based on the amount requested and how much money we receive. Since we are unsure of the exact amount, we kind of leave that a little bit up in the air until we know that dollar amount. The proposed public improvements. At a previous council meeting, we came and discussed a few of the possible projects, and we received multiple requests from council on the different applications. The applications that were deemed eligible and ready are included in the staff report. This includes Street and Sidewalk Improvement Project. This consists of rehabilitating the street and sidewalks in Beaumont, as well as adding any new sidewalks where needed. This is a non-specific location. Council would choose the location when we would be ready to prepare that bid document at the location as chosen by council. An emergency and food center. This would provide improvements for revitalizing and reconstructing and rehabbing Building E into a feeding center for the homeless and low-income population. It would also be used as an emergency operations in case of disaster. Stewart Park bathroom upgrades. This proposed improvement would consist of upgrading the existing bathroom at Stewart Park to bring into compliance with current ADA standards. Stewart Park ADA parking upgrades. This project would consist of upgrading the existing parking to meet current ADA standards at Stewart Park. And the Donna and Maple Street rehab. The proposed improvements for this project would consist of rehabilitating the section of road, including grinding in place and pave with the installation of missing curbs and gutters. Just to note that that dollar amount is higher than we usually have for an improvement project. So I just wanted to make note. I've also created a worksheet for you guys to make a prioritization. As I mentioned, the street and sidewalk project is I just put an amount as if you were using all of the amount in there. That's fully changeable and adjustable. As I mentioned, HUD has not released the amount that will be given to Riverside County, and the amount the city receive at this time is unknown. Therefore, staff recommends that City Council give the authority to the interim city manager to reduce or increase the amount funded to the lowest priority construction project based on the amount awarded to the City of Beaumont. Staff also recommends that council give the authority to the acting city manager to determine final nonprofit funding based on the conditions and council determination of that prioritization. So for example, if you prioritized just in the order that was placed, which is the order received, the first one would get all the funds available for a nonprofit because they requested more, or you could choose $5,000 for that program, and the next one would be $5,000, and it would just be an order based on how much money we received and how much that 14% allowable for nonprofit is. So the recommendation's a little detailed, complex. You would hold a public hearing. We did notice this in the paper so that everyone was aware of this meeting so they could put input into where they'd like to see the CDBG money go. So hold a public hearing and direct staff on the nonprofit programs and public improvement projects. Your options include, for public improvements, approving and authorizing to prepare and submit CDBG applications for construction projects based on what you choose as your approved prioritization. Additionally, give the authority to the city manager to reduce or increase the amounts funded to the lowest project based on the amount we receive for the City of Beaumont. The nonprofit programs would be to approve and authorize to prepare and submit CDBG applications for nonprofit public programs based on the approved prioritization, subject to the condition that the applicant apply for and receive funds for the same program from the county or other EDA participating cities. Or you have the option of authorizing no for-profit, nonprofit organizations, and therefore all the money would go to construction. One of the reasons that's been discussed in the past, one of the reasons we require the funds that they receive funds from this county or other EDA participating cities, because then the EDA manages the project. Due to our staff issues, there's quite a bit of paperwork that has to be reviewed if we manage a nonprofit program. We have to look at all the income statements, all of the paperwork, and it's very time consuming. A lot of cities have, if they're doing their own CDBG program, their own dedicated staff. If they receive funds by 2 different cities, then the county manages it, and that staff burden is taken off of the city. I can answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Roscoe had a question.
Just real quick, I don't know if we have speakers or not, but, well, we do have speakers.
Yes.
The streets and sidewalks, I know we've discussed before on the previous grant that we had approved from the past. Do these have to be improvements in a low-income area?
They have to be within the map approved by
Right, okay. 'Cause
EDA.
wasn't
That is
mentioned.
correct.
So that is correct, okay. And I just wanted, because I didn't hear that from you.
I apologize.
So, and so that would also determine with Donna and Maple too, right?
We had determined that that is within the boundary.
Okay.
That's why it is included on an application here in front of you.
Oh, okay, okay. So I just want to make that clear to my colleagues as well, okay. That was the questions that I had, so. But I do have some stuff to say, but I want to hear some of the speakers first.
Okay. We have to take a break. This is good time. So everybody take a break as we change our audio. And I get to call.
What time is it?
Yeah. He just moved it up to focus. To start where they left off.
Right, let's bring the meeting back to order at 9:15. Mrs. Deming was up.
Yes, I wanted to clarify a few things. The Stewart Park bathroom upgrades were for amount just for the pool building, not the other bathrooms. It was based on a guesstimate on minor improvements, and a full inspection and calculation was not done. As well as the Stewart Park parking upgrades are the parking in front of the pool. We noticed that the gradients weren't the correct gradients for ADA requirements, and so that's all we looked at, not at the other parking lot areas. So just want to clarify that.
Okay. Questions for Rebecca anymore?
Mayor, a couple questions.
Yes, sir. Okay.
In the nonprofit, have any of these groups received CDBG grants from us in the past?
Yes.
Can you tell me which ones?
Yes. The Habitat for Humanity has received some funds.
Do you know how much?
I don't. They've
That's
received, I believe, just received for the first program last year. So and my guess is 10,000, but I don't want to stick to that. ADV has received quite a few years of funds. When I started, they were the only nonprofit receiving each year approximately $5,000. So their total over the 8 years that I've been processing it is probably about 6 years times 5,000, so about in there. ARC has not. Boys and Girls has received a few years of funds in the past as well. They are one of the more recent, so in the last 3 years they maybe have been granted funds, and Voices is not one that we have seen in the past.
And what does ARC stand for?
I apologize, I have it in here.
I see it also has LSS in the parentheses. What's that?
Let me pull the full application.
Okay.
They actually just go by ARC.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
ARC, yeah.
No, it used to stand for, Transit does business with them, that's why I know this. It used to stand for something similar to Association for Retarded Citizens, and the word retarded is now politically incorrect, and so they only go by ARC.
That would explain I didn't have a definition in the application, so.
Okay, and then I, as Mr. Orozco, I have some other comments to make, but after we hear comments from the public, I'd like to wait.
Okay, all right, thank you. And do we have requests to speak?
I do have one submitted.
One submitted. I would think that we might have some of the applicants here, by chance, that want to speak also.
Has everybody put in a request to speak that wants to speak?
Okay, one more. So let's go ahead with this one.
All right. Well, our first speaker is Jim Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff. My name is Jim Smith. I'm with Table of Plenty. I live in Banning. Our project is in Beaumont. We have 3 kitchens. We serve about 4,000 meals every month. That's not 4,000 individuals, but it's 4,000 meals. When I heard about this project on the agenda, we have been talking about this building, E, for a disaster preparedness, emergency readiness, food operation that we would run. And we've never pursued it because of all the things that took place in the last 12 to 18 months. But we had been talking with different people in staff and a couple of council people. I want to say that all of the organizations that are on your list for giving obviously are worthy and do credible work in the area. We don't ask for CDBG money. We've been able to sustain ourselves with grants, fundraisers, and individual contributions. But looking at the building that you're talking about possibly rehabbing for food projects and or use by other organizations, I think is a long-term solution to some of the short-term problems we have. We are seeing an increase in people who need our help. So are the other food banks, whether it's Side by Side or Help, Carol's Kitchen. We all have seen increases in people, and they're not just homeless people. As a matter of fact, it's a small percentage of people that we serve that are homeless. Most of the people we serve are working poor, kids on vacation, Easter, Christmas, holiday, summer breaks. So it's not just homeless people that we serve, but I think if we were able to step back and for 1 year, and it's probably an unpopular thing with the people that are sitting in the audience or who are asking for money, if we take that money and develop an asset that we can use over a prolonged period of time, the community, Beaumont especially, would be a lot better off in the long run. And I would suggest, in my opinion, that we develop that infrastructure that could be used over a long period of time and help a lot of different organizations do what we do, which is feed the hungry, not just the homeless. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith. Rebecca, there are some rules and regulations, aren't there? That this money has to be spent. We can't hang on to it. Is
That's
that correct? Yeah.
Yes, we do have a time frame to use the money. If we don't use it as previously discussed, the HUD can take it back.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other requests to speak?
Yes, one more, Mayor. Megan Grisham.
Questions as well.
Okay.
The Boys and Girls Club.
Hello, Megan. Who do you have with you tonight?
This is Nicole. She's our director for Brookside, and she also works our camp programs.
Okay.
So this current year, we did receive a little over $19,000 from the city of Beaumont, and then we received $3,000 from county. So that allowed us to outsource and create a county project with it. What we do is we spend that on salaries and supplies. That in return helps us keep our costs low for camp. So we have camp open from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. The entire summer. We are open during Thanksgiving break, winter break, President's Week break, and spring break. And those are very low cost, but we directly serve 50 kids with CDBG funds. And so that's anywhere between a 30% discount and a 100% discount for those kids. And so we have certain situations where there are too many people in the family, and we go off of the HUD income limits to kind of base that. Currently, this is the year where we've offered the most discounts, and the first year that we've offered as many 100% discounts as we did. And so these kids are entitled to full camp privileges. They attend all day. They go to the field trips at no cost. They participate in our STEM projects. They participate in our new gardening project, to where they go outside and they garden and they learn about organic eating and healthy nutrition. And so they are getting so much that they would have never gotten before. They're going outside of the town, they're seeing the beach, they're going to the USS Midway Museum, and they're just getting so much where they would have been sitting at home before because they would have had nowhere to go and couldn't afford the place. So it truly helps not just the kids that are directly receiving the scholarship, but all of our kids. Camp, we have about 100 kids that attend each day, so 50 of those kids are scholarshiped, and then the rest receive reduced funds or reduced program fees because of the funding. So it really benefits every kid that goes to our program. And so we plan on doing the same thing if we were funded for the upcoming year as well.
Megan, and you are with the Boys and Girls Club,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, the Director of Operations.
Okay. Thank you very much.
She was going to speak, but time's running out. so
Okay,
thank
you
so
each have, do you want to speak real quick?
I just wanted to add on, one of the programs that we installed this year was the nutrition program, and basically everything that was harvested through the summer, through the garden, they actually learned quick recipes on how to cook it for their homes. We're actually looking into making a cookbook for them so that they can in turn share the recipes with their families. Like, Mom, you know what, it doesn't really cost very much to make spinach and artichoke dip and all that stuff. And just seeing them turn down a bag of Cheetos for veggie sticks and stuff like that. And me, starting out, I frowned on the garden. I don't like dirt. So they're now like, come on, Miss Nicole, we can, or worms or anything that lives outside. So now we're having contests like, you know what, I bet you can't pull up this weed faster than I can. I'm like, you're going down. We're all out there, and you know, so they really enjoy it, you know, and just that's just one of the programs that I wanted to mention that, you know, they love doing.
Thank you. Thank you both for sharing tonight. You know, while you're here, I've received a lot of feedback on your programs from the community and from parents that depend on it and appreciate it. And I've been amazed. You must be doing something really good over there, because there is feedback. Sometimes we don't hear anything on other programs. I do on that. So thank you, ladies.
Yes, thank you.
Any other requests to speak?
No, Mayor.
Okay. All right. We're going to close the public comment. And Mr. Roscoe, I think, asked first.
Yeah.
Okay. Was you, Jeff?
Oh, it makes no marks next. It makes no
Okay.
difference.
I just wanted to make a comment too. I love the Boys and Girls Club. You know, I'm privileged. My wife and I, we do pay for our kids to have that after-school service. Luckily now, you know, they do other things after school and stuff, but they've been through that program since, you know, they were in elementary, kindergarten. You know, so it makes it difficult for me to even comment on some of this stuff, because you know, all these programs are wonderful programs, and some good questions were asked earlier by Councilman White in terms of the money that was approved prior, the grants and what they received, and they also received these. All of them are great programs. I've done a lot of research on them, but they have also received funds from other agencies, other cities, as well as county, and I know for me, you know, the first question that comes to mind, something that my mom has shared with me from being a foster parent, a foster child, and kind of going through that troubles, is we think of the times that we're going through right now, and we think of, okay, you know, charity kind of has to start at home, and we take a look at all these great organizations that are asking for money for charity, and over the past years we've been very generous on putting these charities that may or may not directly impact our community, because this is nothing against the Boys and Girls Club, but I know, you know, the Duck Derby, all these events, my wife and I and our family do give in terms of funding the Boys and Girls Club outside. And that's important. And I know they raise money in other terms. But kind of, you know, changing the culture, changing the direction we've taken in the past and doing things different outside the box, I think it'd be more for us to kind of consider what we're doing with that money and keeping it here close, at least for this year, and taking a look at some of these big projects that we have, and really putting that money back into the community where it's needed. You know, the streets and sidewalks are for me, the emergency food center. I want to comment because, you know, Mr. Jim here, my wife and I, my kids, we go there and support and help out and serve. My first time doing it, you know, my kids play soccer, my wife teaches here, and the perception is you deal with homeless people, and that's not the case. You're dealing with families that are coming in there, my wife's students, kids that I see on the soccer field. And sometimes, you know, it's very difficult in terms that we have to do more in our community and affect directly here. And I think some good points were made that we can invest in our infrastructure here on providing, you know, not just a food center, but an emergency food center for our community that directly affects here right now the majority in terms of what's the biggest bang for our buck. And I think that's a great idea in terms of that. I'm not saying we direct all funds to it, but on what we can at least begin and see what the costs are, but as well kind of putting the money back into our streets and our sidewalks that impact our community. now. So just wanted to share those comments.
Thank you. Other comments?
Mr. Fox is...
Mr. Fox?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Question. Say again? Oh. A question for Megan. Oh, there you are. You can yell from there. It's fine. Well, no, you better come up here to put it on the record. Yeah. Megan, the question to you is, what are the other funding sources for the Boys and Girls Club in the past?
So we do in-house fundraisers like Mr. Roscoe said, the Duck Derby. We do something called Horses and Attitude, so it's kind of the same. It's a Kentucky Derby. We get funding in part from our national program. They really try to direct that to teen programs, though, and our Camp Kids program is directed towards elementary kids. And then we get some funding from United Way, and then fees.
What was the last one?
Fees.
Is your well, yes, I'm getting towards different groups. Now, the Boys and Girls Club here in town, right? Is that the only one in the Pass area?
We are the San Gorgonio Pass, so we have anywhere from. We do have one club in Yucaipa, and then we span from Beaumont to Cabazon.
Okay, I guess my question is, have the other governments stepped to the plate?
No.
Okay, and they've already been approached about funding and how they could help, and the answer was,
it's kind of in the air.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
And I agree with Mark that in the years past, going back to the 70s and the 80s, and when Beaumont was real fruitful, that programs like this, including food banks and stuff, was basically rooted from the citizens. I meant we didn't reach out. When we formed Beaumont Youth Baseball, we didn't reach out for the city. We formed it, and we did it with a lot of hard work. And so to prioritize these, this is tough. Now that I'm not going to say that it doesn't benefit the kids down the line to have this experience. I've never seen the ocean before, and never walked on an aircraft carrier, and that's real important. But maybe there's another way we can. I don't know. There's not a whole lot of money here, and there's projects. And the food bank idea is great. I think if we work with the food bank, and we could probably take that dollar and really super stretch it. And I don't care if we have to do a lot of in-house work, maybe with Habitat, to help us. I don't know what needs to be done in there. I haven't been in there in a long time. But it needs a brand new kitchen, I believe. It needs everything. And it's very, very costly. And this is just a drop in the bucket to get that building ready to go. But it's a start. And, to take care of 4,000 meals, that's a lot of meals. Now, all those meals just don't come from Beaumont either, I believe. They're all from the Pass area. So, and that's the history of Beaumont. A lot of times we do stuff that impacts not just Beaumont, but we help out, you look down and we're helping out the rest of the communities while they sit on their hands. But this time, this go around, besides your food locker, there's in the low-income areas, the sidewalk repair has to happen. People, they get hurt, and some of the intersections don't have ADA compliance on their curb, on their getting up on the sidewalk, and there's a lot of folks that use ADA that are in the low income area. So that's one thing. There's not enough money to fix them all, but we could probably point out a couple that need to be done. The Maple Avenue in Donna, there's not enough money there to pave that road and to help out these other programs. These guys have been waiting a long time. If you guys have been down that road, Maple and Donna. But Mr. Orozco mentioned something. He goes, "Well, we can't direct the money towards this one group of people." And I'm thinking about my, well, we're kind of doing that when we do food banks and whatnot, and we can't just put the money on one street. But I think what we can do to show Maple and Donna that we're moving forward is come up with a compromise as far as having the street engineered and prepared. And that's a costly measure to have that done, you know, even if we start out with curbs and gutter and get the water going into gutters. I know we can't do the whole street because I think the number was 127.
The detailed package that was provided to council in the past when we looked at Donna and Maple, the first request, was that the curb and gutter alone was $45,125. The street itself was about $140,000.
Okay. Well, see, that's what I'm getting at. If we could get, even if we take a piece of this and take care of and start on Donna and get the curbs and gutters in, have it engineered, have it ready to go, and as things I know will change for Beaumont, we'll come up with a way to fund and get some streets paved. And I believe that's all I have to say, and I appreciate everybody coming out. And just, there's not a whole lot of money there. I mean, these block grants used to be a lot bigger in the past. Some of you guys that remember 10 years ago when they started these programs, they were quadruple this that the county passed out to the cities, and it's just not that way no more. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Other comments?
I have a couple of questions for each of the speakers. Megan, could you come up first? While she's coming up, we're limited to how much we can give to nonprofits, correct? It's 14%. Are we required to give any of that specifically to nonprofits?
No, we can keep it 100% to construction projects.
Okay. Okay. You had said that there was 50 that were receiving full scholarships and another 50 that were being partially funded.
So what we do is our camp fees are $60, so that's for the week, the entire week.
Okay.
And so that's a significantly low price compared to what our salaries cost. So the other kids that are not receiving the scholarships still receive the lower cost fees. And so what we do is we do all of it based on the HUD income limits, so we don't, so if they provide us with a scholarship application, we look at that and then we determine what they get from that.
Okay, and if they don't qualify by the HUD requirements, then they're full fee?
Yes,
and how
unless
many?
They come up with kind of, some of the parents have given us, and we can't claim them on CDBG when they do this, but just so for your information, what we do with them is we have them write a letter of need. So sometimes hardships have come up, like we had a child whose grandfather died and his sister died, and there was just so many things going on in their family. So due to those hardships, we gave him a full scholarship and things like that. So they didn't really qualify for low income, but we still try to help those people as much as possible.
Okay, and how many kids do you have that are not receiving any, what's your total number of kids in the program in Beaumont?
Altogether?
Yeah.
Just in Beaumont, we have about 350 that attend daily.
Okay, and are you receiving any funds from the school district?
From the school district, no.
Okay, but this is an after, no, it's when school's out.
Yes,
right?
yes.
But you're
So
using school facilities for it?
we are using school facilities.
Okay.
So we don't receive direct funding, but we get to use their facilities. And it's because we don't qualify for ACEs like we do in Banning. ACEs, we qualify for that government money because of the income limits in that area. But Beaumont, unfortunately, doesn't qualify for ACEs except for at one site, which is Anahaas, and they have an ACEs program there.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Smith? So you mentioned that there were 2 or 3 other area or locations that you're providing feeding.
We have a kitchen on Tuesday and Friday at the Women's Club on 6th
Okay.
Street here in Beaumont, and then we have a kitchen on Wednesday at the Presbyterian Church here in Beaumont.
Now, would those continue or move to this building?
It's not my contention that we should, Table of Plenty should take over this project, although we have talked about doing that, providing we've talked to Walmart and Feeding America and Second Harvest and all those places where we can get product. The good thing about this project here is that you've got a 400 square foot refrigerator and a 400 square foot freezer that I can't even imagine to tell you what it would cost to duplicate that today. It might be $75,000 each. With those kinds of assets, product is more available than you would think, but you have to have a place to store it after you transport it. We get calls from Tuquet saying we had a party of 200 that only 140 showed, and we've got all this stuff. Come and get it tomorrow morning. And I get probably 2 or 3 calls a month like that. I gotta take it somewhere. Some we can actually make a meal for 300 people like we do every day, and some that we can't use to make a meal because there's not enough. We make sure that it goes home in bags with people, and it's consumed probably in 24 hours. Our thought process was a lot of the food that you would keep for emergency reasons, 6-10 cans of green beans and carrots and this and that and the other, we use every day. So if we were able to buy those things and rotate them through our system, and then when an emergency came up, we'd be prepared to serve 10,000 meals over a 2-week period of time if there was a derailment or a toxic spill or whatever, an earthquake. And if you go to Second Harvest, you can buy product for 18 cents a pound. Everything we use, but you have to have a place to store it after you transport it.
So would you be providing feeding services at the building then at all?
You could.
But would you?
But I wouldn't. So
you really need the storage, both freezer, fridge, and that's basically what you need right now.
Dry storage, you've got a roll-up door, you've got a little kitchen in there that's more or less a break room type kitchen, you've got office space. There's about 20-some hundred square feet in that building. We took a tour of it about 1.5 years ago to kind of see what was there and what could be done with it if we were able to get that building. And at the time, we wanted Beaumont to let us take on that building, and then what we were going to do is put together the entire project of emergency preparedness. We were going to go to Morongo, the county, some of the different providers like Walmart, Second Harvest, and stock it and then rotate it so that we were always ready to feed X number of meals at the drop of a hat. And the volunteers to be able to mobilize them almost immediately if there was an emergency here in the Beaumont area.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get at it. We're not turning that into a feeding place.
It wouldn't be my recommendation to do it because you would limit what you could do with it with lots of other groups if you just turned it in to a feeding facility, in my opinion. There's a lot of kitchens that we could use in the Beaumont, Banning area. Most of all, it's health department compliant that keeps you from being able to use every one of them. There's a lot of churches that have kitchens, but they only have 2 sinks, not 3 sinks. They don't have a mop sink. They don't have a separate sink to do dishes. Those are the things that you have to upgrade in order to be able to be health department compliant and actually serve meals on a regular basis, unless it's a private party.
Okay, and I think Ms. Deming wanted to contribute.
Okay. Thank you.
In this proposal, the idea was that, and what EDA would require, is a long-range maintenance plan. So we would talk to all of the different food services and bring back ideas and contracts with you guys to have a long-range operations of the center. It may be his organization, it could be another organization. We would bring all those options back. This would just be the cost to bring it into either doing food out of there or just as an emergency operation and storage. We could go anyway, and the final determination on that would be up to council.
Okay, and I'm glad you're up here because you probably know where I'm going with this. My question and my concern was with the feeding center, and I brought this up as what I thought was a good idea for a CDBG, which was to upgrade the Stewart Park bathrooms. But I had a different focus than what seems to have come out here. My idea is that I've heard from quite a number of business owners right around where we're sitting who are dealing with lots of feeding programs but not enough restroom programs, and they're dealing with that in the back of their buildings. I mean, you can understand where I'm going. Mm-hmm. And my idea was what the city of Yucaipa has done with their public bathrooms in a section of town is they've made them available for extended hours. I don't think it's 24 hours, but it's extended hours. And right now, I've heard some horrible stories from some of the business owners just across the street who've had to deal with this or contact the city or the police department and ask for help dealing with this. And so I had suggested that we could upgrade those bathrooms and turn them into something similar to what Yucaipa had. But you responded, I don't remember. I was surprised to see it on here because I thought your response was, it made sense to me. And I said, okay, no, that was a bad idea.
My understanding of the project was to install a bathroom facility, whether it's in our parking lot or something like that. And when I talked to EDA, I was told that would be an ineligible project.
Okay.
It was more of a considered a city-wide project and for the entire city, because it's not just the low income using the commercial area, it would be everybody, and we're not a city-wide low-income city. So I was told that a bathroom facility would not qualify on its own. I didn't understand that maybe an upgrade to an existing bathroom might be possible, and I didn't look into that. But I was told from EDA that we wouldn't be able to just install a bathroom in our downtown.
You believe that this, the ADA upgrades to the Stewart Park bathroom is eligible for?
Yes, my understanding from them, ADA upgrades.
Is it because they're ADA upgrades, or is it because the restroom is more
I think it's
general?
because it's ADA upgrades that helps a disability. It's part of CDBG and that kind of thing. So,
because I think we really need a solution to the problem. I mean, I think it's great that there's a lot of organizations that are feeding people, homeless people, who have nowhere to go to use restrooms, and our business owners right around this area, I heard it the most, are having to deal with that problem. And I think that's why I had suggested something close to where we are, or open up bathrooms that would be available to the community. My feeling is that that we should do something we can for the Boys and Girls Club, and that we should, if what Mr. Smith's organization is looking for is storage, both refrigerated and freezer storage, I think that's a good idea. I'm just concerned when you talk about a long-term plan and he talks about we're not managing that long-term plan, then who is? Who's going to?
He said he will.
No, he said he wouldn't.
No, we could. But my point was that there's about 4 or 5 organizations here in the San Gregorio Pass, help side by side. Some cook meals, some just provide food for meals to be cooked at home. One of the original things that we thought is that we would develop a plan, go to county, go to Morongo, go to other organizations, and find the money to sustain a program to actually manage that facility as a warehouse and rotate product through there, because we feed so many meals.
Okay, and
I just don't want to make it look like we're coming here to try to get the warehouse.
No, I'm comfortable with providing that service to you and other organizations like that.
I think that's a good idea.
And I'm comfortable that that's not going to take a lot of management. Just when we see feeding center, I'm thinking, and then we're talking long-term plans, I'm thinking something further down the line.
But, and there are issues with feeding centers in neighborhoods, as you pointed out, and the thing is if we put another feeding center there, and we take it from there, then even though that's across the street from the police station and behind City Hall, there's going to be an issue there.
No, I understand.
You're going to have to deal with it. So I think that's a warehouse facility.
But would you like to talk?
No,
No, wait a minute.
One of the problems is...
Point of order here. Mr. White, would you finish, please? And then Mr. Laura had asked me to speak.
I will finish. So thank you, Mr. Smith. I see the value of what the feeding center is looking towards, as long as it's available to more than one group. But I believe also that I think the Boys and Girls Club, I give a little bit of extra weight to people who actually showed up to ask for money. And I think we should do, something to the Boys and Girls Club to help, to help them out. And I'm all done. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. White, thank you. Mr. Laura, your turn.
On the feeding center, have we gone through that building to see if it's any structural improvements need to be made to that?
Can I ask for clarification? Building E is the large building that fronts 7th Street, but I think what Mr. Smith was talking about was the old nutrition freezers. So we're talking about 2 different buildings, and in reading this staff report from Rebecca, the chief and I have been talking about doing something else with that building. Building E does not have a refrigerator in it. Building E is the 21,000 square foot.
That was my understanding from the request we got from council was Building E, so that's why it was included in here.
And so that
But
just
it couldn't be, it can, locations are CDBG for construction projects are pretty flexible. Even if we put in the application specifically Building E, if that doesn't work out and we want to look at other buildings, it's available, or we can change it in the application now if we want to change it to a different building. It was my understanding from the email that council was requesting Building E.
What was the one with the walk-in cooler?
the walk-in cooler is not Building E, it's Building F.
Oh, that's the one I was
So we
referring
can,
to.
with council direction, we can update the application to be Building F.
Okay, well, my point is the chief and I have been talking about something else for Building F, and so I want to make sure that council's aware of that before we do anything else.
Okay.
So then, I don't think we've done any structural analysis on any abilities to use them as an emergency center.
No, we had our building official, Keith Hightower, kind of give me a basic estimate from a simple walkthrough. This amount is by no means an exact. When we put these applications together, we don't want to expend all the money until we know council wants to direct to this project. I wanted to throw out there, talking to EDA, if we have a project like that center and it does cost more than the money we have, we have the option to come back to council and borrow from future years' funds for a construction project. So if we really do want to do a nice big project that they are approved of and they see as a good project for the city, we can work with them to borrow next year's funds if we needed more than the $150,000 that we put in here.
The concern I have is it doesn't look like we've vetted this, at least on the building anyway at this point, because you're going to be looking at, if we're doing or serving food, you'll be looking at making sure we've got ADA compliant restrooms within that building or in that facility.
Yeah.
Also, ADA access from the parking lot to the facility, whichever building that happens to be. So I have a concern moving forward on that building since we don't know what total cost would be, and I'd hate to borrow from future years.
Usually what we do would be a bid document. That's how we find out the final costs on any project that you choose to move forward with. Once we're ready and you choose the projects, we go out to bid, and those bids, both the bid document comes back to council as well as the award, and at that time, monies can be changed as we discussed previously. So I just want to...
The Stewart Park bathroom and parking upgrades, I think, would provide benefit to the community in a large way, as well as the street and sidewalk improvements for ADA access. As far as the nonprofits, it's difficult to single out one or the other. Perhaps money could be distributed evenly across the board. I think ARC would be a good program to donate to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my turn. And Rebecca, need you.
Yes.
I think that we have spread the money out prior, if I remember right, where haven't we changed the money amounts that we
For
gave?
construction or
for the nonprofits?
In the past, only the last few years have we received more than one application, and usually what you've done is either chosen to give a prioritization to a lower amount because then you know they get it. So if you had a nonprofit that requested $5,000, that's our minimum, you'd put that at the top prioritization, and then someone who, say, needed more, you'd put them at a lower so that they would get a portion of what's left of that 14%. But we have given to 2 or 3 in the last few years.
Okay. For myself, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
can I interrupt?
Yes.
We've talked about the conflicts of interest and the approach that the council should take and the city should take is to not just follow the law, but hold yourself to a higher standard and avoid even the appearance of impropriety. And according to the website for Table of Plenty, the treasurer for that organization is a former employee, Mr. Allward. So you may want to inquire about that.
Okay.
And I raise that because he's a recent employee of the city. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is the feeding center Table of Plenty? I missed that. I thought you were talking about other organizations. Mentioned Table of Plenty as one of the other organizations. Is that who would be receiving the grant?
I don't know, but I just wanted to make you aware of that so that you can inquire.
Thank you. Thank you.
The money would be specific for the construction of the building, which the city would manage. The ongoing operations would be brought back with options to the city with different contract ideas through any number of feeding or organizations. It's not specific to them. This grant was not written specific to them. The grant is written to upgrade the building to allow for an emergency and feeding center. Whoever operates that, that's still up to council.
Mr. Smith, are you involved with Table of Plenty?
In 2011, I was a founding board member, and in early 2012, we realized that to sustain what we were doing, we needed to have a full-time fundraiser, grant writer, golf tournament, dinners, and all that kind of stuff. I am the community relations director for Table of Plenty and have been for almost 5 years. It was not my intention to come here to ask, and we have never asked for a CDBG grant from either city. My intention to come here was to point out that as a long-term solution to some of the things that this city deals with, feeding the hungry is one of them, that facility, F now, not E, I'm sorry, would be something that, on a long-term basis, would be an asset that the city could use for a number of different things, including storage for any food facility in the Beaumont area. We are in Beaumont. I would say probably 75 to 80% of the people we feed are in Beaumont. We get people that come in from Banning. But as I said before, most of those people are not homeless.
Is Mr. Allward still
He is still the treasurer of our organization at this time.
Okay.
Yeah. We have 6 board members, Dr. Sabelli, Art Welch, Bill Allward, a guy named DJ, Daryl Smith, Annalise Lyons, and I'm missing one that I can't remember which one it is right now. But there's 6 of them,
Okay.
6 board members.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Where were we? As far as my input, I know that we need monies for our sidewalks and streets, but I also don't want to marginalize the Boys and Girls Club with a program that's been effective, and there are some kids that we are going to marginalize if we don't donate to the Boys and Girls Club, and I am not willing to do that. So I'm hoping that we can come up with a compromise. I thank you for being here tonight, but I know how important. I was a single mother, and I raised a family, and it's tough out there, and I know how tough it is, and I'm not willing to. I think it's important. There's, truly, this is really in the spectrum, not huge amounts of money here, and I want to see if we have the ability. These are kids. They're not sidewalks. Okay? And if we have the ability now to send some money in their direction and help these families that are struggling, we need to do it. And that's just my take. So.
Excuse me, Mayor,
Yeah.
do we need a motion here?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I would move, can we do this in two, first the nonprofit and then the profit? Can we do that?
Yes, I just wanted to repeat as we go through as clarification goes.
Okay. I will make a motion. I'm sure it'll change and be modified, but I move that of the possible nonprofit money that we can donate, that we do it on a 2/3, 1/3 basis, 2/3 to Boys and Girls Club and 1/3 to ARC, as long as that meets the minimum of 5,000 requirement. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by White and a second by Lara. Do I need to repeat that?
I'm sorry, is there an alternate should they not meet the conditions, or do you not want the conditions that they have to receive funds from another program so that it's managed at the county level?
No, I think that, I'm sorry, I thought that was a given.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there an alternate if they don't meet the conditions? Do you want it to all go to construction, or do you want to give another prioritization in the bottom?
I'd like to see it to go to construction to the community.
Did you want to modify my motion?
No, but, well, yeah, if it doesn't qualify.
I'll tell you what, I'll withdraw my motion, I'll remodify it, okay?
Okay.
All right, 2/3 to Boys Club, 1/3 to ARC. Anything that is not eligible will go to the construction projects. That's my motion.
And I'll second that.
Does the other one die out? We don't have to vote on that.
I withdrew it.
No, he withdrew it and modified it, so.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call on that. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, so we passed 5-0. Okay, we're going to move back. Thank you, Rebecca. Did I miss something?
We're going to construction projects?
Yes.
I can make a
Sorry.
motion on that. I would move that we do the Stewart Park bathroom upgrade, the Stewart Park ADA parking upgrades, and the remainder to the street and sidewalk improvement project.
I'll second.
It's the pool.
It's the pool.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. So that was 5-0. All right. Let me cough for a minute, sorry. Excuse me. We're going back to item number 4C. This is Wildermuth Environmental Contract Review.
Mayor, I'd like to make a suggestion that may speed this one along, possibly.
I agree.
Speed it along.
Okay. This is the third time we've addressed this. I believe I've made a case that we never had a contract to do what we're being charged to do. Since the last meeting, I've learned of some more information that I feel is even more disturbing with regards to this contract. So I would like to suggest that I will make a motion now, but if the motion fails, then I want to go into the full discussion of the other conversation that I have. So my motion now, especially considering our meeting last night, considering the fact that we're going to have a new wastewater engineer within a month, I would think, that we end the project on this contract now, and we can pick it up later if our new water engineer says it makes sense. So my motion is that I think the choice was to, it's the official choice.
Do we have any speakers?
We have 3 speakers.
Okay. Never mind.
Do you want to hold your motion?
No, I'll finish making my motion, then we can hear the speaker. So I move...
We need to let Mark in. Sorry.
So I move that we terminate the contract with a date-specific termination. I guess that's as soon as possible, and that we leave this for an evaluation by our new city wastewater treatment plant engineer. So that's my motion.
I'll second that. I have one question on that.
Okay, Mr. Laura has a question prior to this? Do you want to have a discussion on this first?
I support the motion, just want to have a quick question. Is there any time constraints on this report? In other words, do we have to meet a deadline?
Are you talking about the model?
Yes.
There is a deadline. I wasn't going to get into this in too much detail. I believe, with the city attorney's opinion, I believe that we now have an exigent circumstance to where I can hire a wastewater treatment plant engineer outside of Intrawest, not Chris's firm, under my $10,000, and then go out to RFP so that we can get a wastewater engineer here on staff quickly. Still go out to RFP, but that would speed up the timeline. And so what I would propose is that I task that engineer to look at this entire project and evaluate it and bring back an opinion.
Okay, that takes care of my concern.
It raises a concern I have. I don't know if you want the public to speak first, but...
Why don't you go ahead since you've already started?
Okay. So my concern there is that I think that the analysis of this project needs to be taken into consideration, as we talked about with the sustainability plan, in the whole plan of what we're doing. And I think by rushing and using exigent circumstances for this reason, it would make more sense to do it the right way. Now, when I asked Kyle about whether or not there was a deadline, his comment to me was no. His response was that the longer that we're putting water that is not up to standards into the basin, the more we have to put clean water in the future. So you know, we've actually been required or requested a Title 22 since 2007, and it's now 2015, so we've gone 8 years without this model, and I think we could at least go till March without finishing the model that Mr. Wildermuth has started. So I would vote against it. I think we need to move forward with the RFP and get our guy before we start pulling this apart.
And I agree with the RFP. It's scheduled to be on the 15th, but there are a number of issues with the treatment plant aside from this, aside from other issues, and every day that goes by that we don't have a wastewater expert on staff, we're behind the ball. And to bring somebody in, at least to advise me and to at least give me input on what to prioritize, that would be helpful. Waiting for the RFP, and I understand doing the RFP for what we discussed last night. I'm on board with that. But I don't think this city can afford to wait that long to have somebody advising me on, I mean, if we're hit with an El Nino.
Yeah, I agree with you.
With your,
I think it's...
I'm sorry.
Mr. White, you can finish.
Okay. With your comments just there, I agree with you. I think it does make sense to bring someone on for you. I just want this project, this model. This is not, the model is not exigent. Your other issues may be, but the model can be considered in the whole plan of everything else, in my opinion. And that's why I wanted to make the motion, because I thought we could get through this quickly if other people agreed with this motion.
And I understand what you're saying about the model. I'm not suggesting that they look at the model and revisit that.
Okay.
I'm just suggesting that they give me a prioritization and some accurate information as to what exactly is the deadline.
I welcome that. I think that's a great idea.
Yes, Mr. Rose.
No, I was just saying I agree with our acting city manager, her having someone available to her at this moment. So,
and I think we're...
I just want to say I think we opened that door last night. So.
Sure.
Yes, we did.
May I make one last comment on your selection? We have never, as far as I can tell, and as far as I can remember, had one of the big boys, one of the really big firms come in and help us, and I understand it was because Beaumont was closed to anyone but Urban Logic. So I would like you to sort of look for a big gun. I mean, we have a big problem here, and to keep bringing in much smaller firms, local firms, I'd like to get a big gun in here and I hope you'll consider that in your...
I've been given a list of suggested big guns.
Great, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
From our neighbor.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. White, thank you. Anything else? Mr. Laura? Okay.
We have
We have speakers, public comment. I'm going to open up the public comment at 10:10.
First speaker, Judy Bingham.
Yes, Jeff.
I'll make it very brief. Watermaster dumped Mark Wildermuth years ago, so be smart and stop paying him for nothing.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Dr. Blair Ball.
I would encourage council to stop funding this program. I think, having heard prior speakers saying you're $8 to $10 million cash insolvent, you're going to now being asked to add another $350,000 to fund this. So now you're $8.3 million to $10.3 million, depending on the number you believe. My question is, does it make sense to continue this project that is not in the current mindset of this council? You have to go back to when some of these things, these studies started. Who were the instigators of this? Well, Mr. Kapanicus, Dave Dillon, Mr. Aklufi, and they're no longer here. They were making the decisions for this. You have a staff member here still, Mr. Warsinski. I would encourage this council to form an ad hoc committee of 2 members and meet with Mr. Warsinski and have him bring his notes of the meetings he went to and held with Mr. Kapanicus and others on why they funded this and why the need for this, and get the mindset of why it was occurring back then, because it's not. These 3 men who were making these decisions are no longer here. Does it make sense to move forward if we're going to go down a different avenue and spend another $343,000 out of the sewer fund, which we just learned today, and thank you for asking those questions, that we have no money in the sewer fund. We have no reserve counts in the wastewater treatment. It's gone. So I believe this consulting firm did a model for the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District at one point, and it ended up that the question was, who owns this model after this model is completed? Well, it did not belong to the water district. It belonged to the consulting firm. So every time you wanted to change numbers and create another model run, you had to pay the consultant for that. So do we know who owns this model after this is all said and done? Thank you. Appreciate your help.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Ball. Okay, next speaker.
Next speaker, Nancy Hall.
Well, first, I concur with Mr. White and Dr. Ball. You actually said quite a bit of what I wanted to say, but Wildermuth has been in the pass area for a long time. A number of years ago, I was appointed to the Blue Ribbon Water Quality Evaluation Committee by the Board of Supervisors to evaluate the septic tanks, the report that Wildermuth did on the septic tanks in Cherry Valley. The committee was made up of a number of different agencies. One member was from this council, and then myself, in addition to various water agencies in the area. We found at the end of their report there was a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in that report, nothing definite. Before that report went out, there was this threat of blue baby syndrome that was tainting the water in Beaumont. All this was all erroneous. This report was not a good report. And my reason for even bringing this up is that council has had over a number of years inadequate information to make decisions on. The people who have given you advice had other reasons for why they gave you that advice, and it was not honest. And I believe that it's time for a change. Wildermuth doesn't need to be in the equation here. And if it needs to be a big gun, so be it. But you need somebody else to be advising you that doesn't have their hand in the cookie jar. Because I think at this point you don't need that any longer. And I would also say that the wastewater treatment plant, For a long time, Urban Logic was running that, and operating as the public manager for here. I can't think of the name of it, but it was DPAC. And when I researched some of the things that were going on there, it was so very sad. But you need to get help. You need to get Elizabeth, an advisor, to know what steps to take, and you need to not include Wilderness in that RFP. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is that all?
One more speaker, Dwayne Burke.
Mr. Burke?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I refrain from really saying much, but I just wanted to reiterate what Dr. Blair Ball said. My experience with Wilderness Environmental is urban water management plans, and the chairman as a water master. If you eliminate his contract, you will probably eliminate all the knowledge base he had with it. It is proprietary, and you should keep that, even if it's, as Nancy said, bad information. You paid for it. So just think about that. You may have to start from scratch.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
On that
Yes, Mr. Pinckney.
The contract provides, as to ownership of documents, that all drafts, final reports, plans, drawings, studies, maps, photographs, specifications, and then it goes on, that are developed or obtained by consultant in connection with the performance of services assigned to it by owner shall become the sole property of owner, and consultant shall promptly deliver all such materials to owner. And I'm not going to read it all, but then it goes on to say that subject to applicable federal laws and state laws, rules, and regulations, owner shall hold all intellectual property rights to any materials developed pursuant to this agreement. So, just wanted to...
The owner is the city.
The city.
So, what do we do? Request all those documents?
Yeah. And then on the termination, there was a motion and a second, I believe. And what the contract provides is that...
10 days, right?
Yeah. It's section... Just turn to it. Section 9.02, that notwithstanding any other provision of this agreement, owner at its sole option may terminate this agreement at any time by giving 10 days written notice to consultant. So written notice would have to go out if that motion were to be successful.
Can we repeat the motion?
Repeat, okay. Well, we're going to repeat the motion, but I also think we need a new set of eyes and to look at this, so...
All right, so this is what I have down. The motion was to terminate the contract with Wildermuth ASAP and leave the evaluation of the entire project to the water engineer.
Do we need to do a separate motion for the invoices, to approve the invoices?
Yes, that's what I was asking for clarification.
Okay,
And
so
I
we'll
would
do a
also,
second motion for that then.
Okay.
I would also like to point out that I did tell him to stop work around mid-November, and we have not been invoiced for that portion, and so I recommend, it's council's decision, but I recommend that we complete payment of that invoice when we receive it.
Okay.
Okay, we take roll call on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lada?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes, okay. That passed 5-0, and then we'll go to the next motion.
I move that we approve invoice number 2015334, amount of $39,470, and if there's any future invoices that come through, I think we should bring them here for approval.
Through November 17th. I'm
Right,
sure that's
right.
clear.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lada?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes, okay, 5-0. Right, let's, item number D, that we need to move to continue that.
Yes,
Okay. I need a...
So you'll open the public hearing.
Okay.
If anybody's here to speak this evening on that item that came for the public hearing, let them speak, and then continue the public hearing to the next meeting.
Item number D,
None submitted.
okay.
Move to continue.
So you can
Okay.
You can continue the public hearing.
Okay, we will continue the public hearing to our next session. And move to, do we need a first and a second to move this?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. White disappeared.
Jeff's hoarding the water.
Yes.
Yeah, there is actually a couple.
Do we need a motion?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to continue item 4D, ordinance amending section 9.02 of chapter 9 of the Beaumont Municipal Code, Erosion Control Ordinance.
I second.
Motion by Lotta, second by White. Roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lotta?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. That's been continued. All right, item number E, ordinance amending Chapter 12 of the Beaumont Municipal Code, 12.20.060, notice of dangerous trees.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Trees that are planted near sidewalks will periodically lift and damage the concrete in the public right-of-way as they grow. Landowners are responsible to maintain the trees and sidewalks from their front yard to the street or curb line in front of their residence. It's been past practice by the city to identify some of these areas, and depending on the willingness of the homeowner or the homeowner's availability to repair the sidewalks, some occasions they've been just identified, and other occasions they've been put on a list to be repaired at some point. What we would like to do, and based on the city's current financial situation, is figure out how to work with the homeowners to get the sidewalks repaired. And part of that process was letting legal review the language in here. So legal reviewed it and made a couple recommendations, because there is some liability when you're talking about sidewalks, and we want to determine what's the city's liability if we leave the sidewalks as they are, don't repair them right away, and also what are the ramifications about being able to go back to the homeowner to repair those or recoup those costs when we do those repairs. So legal did review it. In some of the sections, they noted that the word shall was written in, and the legal understanding of the word shall makes it a mandatory action that the city would have to do that. And when the city doesn't, that creates liability. So we looked through the code, we replaced the word shall with may. And then there were two sections that were reviewed. The word shall was changed to may. And then the amendment gives the city the option but does not require it to repair and maintain if the owner fails to do so. So our recommendation would to be hold a public hearing and approve the first reading of the ordinance amending section 12.20.060, 12.20.070, and 12.30 to Beaumont Municipal Code.
Thank you, Mercedes. Are there any requests to speak on this?
None submitted, Mayor.
Okay. So do I have a motion and a second, or dialogue here?
Do you still have to open a public hearing and close the public?
Oh, I opened it at 10:22, and I closed it at 10:22 and a half.
I just have one question.
Mr. Laura.
Do we, in the older part of town where they don't have sidewalks, is there any way that this would also include maybe repairing the curbs? Because if you don't walk on the sidewalk, sometimes they'll walk inside the gutters and those can be uneven.
Yes, under section 12.30.010, duty of property owners to maintain sidewalks, it defines the sidewalk area as any fronting. The owners or lots of portions or lots adjacent to fronting on any portion of a sidewalk area between the property line of the lots and the street line, which includes parking strips, sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. Okay. So it would include those areas.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the first reading.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion by Fox, first reading, and second by Orozco.
Roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. That passed 5-0. We're going to move to item number G, resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont participating with the County of Riverside Mortgage Credit Certificate, MCC program. 4G. Oh, I knocked off F?
Good try.
Oh.
You tried.
I tried. I'm sorry. Did I confuse everybody? Are you awake now?
You're up, Onyx.
Onyx, I apologize. Mrs. Jones, come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. This evening I'm presenting Agenda Item 4F for the authorizing officers for the city's local agency investment fund. The city currently has $3.8 million invested in what we call LAIF, but it's also termed Local Agency Investment Fund, which is a program that allows local agencies to pool their monies together, try to generate a higher rate of interest, but it's secure. Currently, the authorized signers on the account are from a resolution that was approved in 2003. Those employees, which I stated in my staff report, are no longer with the city. So we want to update that with the signers of staff members that are current, and we've also included the city treasurer as an authorized signer on the LAIF account. So right now, there's no one authorized on the account. They have removed everyone, but we do need to get our names on there if we needed to do anything with the account.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance, I'm sorry, the resolution.
Correct.
As written.
I'll second.
Motion by White, second by Lara to adopt the resolution. Roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember, well, yeah. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, that
Thank you.
5-0. And now, Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is the Riverside County Mortgage Certificate Program. The city has participated in this for many years. It's a program that costs the city very minimal. All it requires is that we advertise in the paper that this program exists. What it basically does is it allows for first-time home buyers within certain income standards to have a reduced tax liability, which effectively increases their effective income. The best way to look at it is on page 3 of the exhibit, where it shows if your first mortgage is $300,000 and your interest rate is 4%, you would have a monthly mortgage principal and interest only at $1,432. If you qualify and you receive this MCC rate of 20%, you get a credit of $200, bringing your payment down to $1,232. Basically reducing your annual income needed down to $52,800 from $61,371. This is all done through the county, and like I said, we participated in past years, and we're recommending that you adopt the attached resolution to continue participation and help our first-time home buyers.
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Okay.
I contacted my friend down in the county.
Okay.
And I asked him about the target areas. Do we have target areas in Beaumont?
I have not asked that question.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did you know?
I looked into that. There are target areas in Beaumont. I do not have the maps.
Okay.
They did say, however, that maybe 5% of these loans are given within the target area. Most are given outside the target area under the second set of criteria identified.
Okay. I move that we adopt this resolution.
I second.
Motion by White, second by Lara to adopt the resolution. Roll call. Councilmember Fox?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Motion passed 5-0. Okay, this is a good break. Take a break, everybody. We've got to redo the audio here, so sorry.
Yeah.
It's 10:35. I'm going to open the meeting of the Beaumont Successor Agency, which is formerly RDA. And we have to have a roll call.
Yes, we do. Roll call. Agency Member White?
Here.
Agency Member Roscoe?
Here.
Agency Member Fox?
Mr. Fox it's his anniversary. He's gone home.
Okay. Vice Chairman Lotta?
Here.
Chairman Knight?
Here. So there's 4 of us here. Okay. Item number 5, action items, public hearing requests, which 5A, resolution of the Beaumont Successor Agency Long-Range Property Management Plan. Hello, Mr. Warsinski.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a resolution to approve the Successor Agency Long-Range Property Management Plan. That is something that every city that had a former redevelopment agency is required to do. Ours is pretty simple because we only have one property that is currently owned by the Beaumont Redevelopment Agency by title. It is 52 acres. It's located down near 4th Street. It doesn't abut 4th Street. It's actually landlocked. And the city acquired that property prior to the redevelopment agency even existing, with a slew of other properties within that area. Once the redevelopment agency was formed, that group of properties was transferred to the agency for redevelopment law purposes. All of the other ones were either developed or land swapped to get us the sports park, and it left us with this property in which the city planned on expanding the sewer treatment plant or any other facility that needed to be built in conjunction with that enterprise fund. There's certain environmental that's already been done. There's a lot of pre-grading that was done on the project. The 4 different things that can occur on the long-range property management plan are: 1, the retention of that property for government use. The key there is that you have to be currently using it. The second option is retention of a property for future development for government use. Third option is sale of the property, and 4 is used property to fulfill an enforceable obligation. That one was somewhat of an afterthought when they passed the first legislation, but they realized that RDA's owned properties in which they entered into a contract with a third party to utilize that property in some way, and that's where that 4th option comes into play. The long-range property management plan that staff has prepared seeks to utilize option 2 in the legislation, which is to retain that property for future development. And I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Warsinski. Who's first?
Mark can go first. I've been going first all night.
You want to go first?
Yeah, just a question.
Okay.
I'm not going to say quick because, but the value of that property. Do we have an estimate of the value of that property?
The last appraisal we did, I think it was around 400,000.
400,000. And what is it zoned for again? I'm sorry.
Zoned manufacturing.
Okay.
So our industrial manufacturing zoning within the general plan and zoning ordinance.
Has anybody shown interest in that property?
Well, it's landlocked, so you can't get to it. There's no street. The only way to access that site is actually through the existing sewer treatment plant or what was called Westward Avenue. If you go down on 4th Street, you'll find this street that has been washed out. It is on as a paper street, if you will. The street does not exist. It was prior used by the poultry farm that's down there, south of the creek. So there's no physical access to the site. It's located, it has a huge hole in it since the city took a lot of dirt out of the property. And that's pretty much the status. So I've had zero interest in that.
So the appraisal, because it's landlocked, the appraisal...
The appraisal for 52 acres being only $400,000 is very, very low. The other fun history or interesting facts related to that site is it's crisscrossed by 4 or 5 utility easements. So you have gas lines, you have petroleum gas lines, you have cable, so fiber optic cable easements, you have a large Edison easement, all of which prohibit building over those easements or within a certain feet of the edge of the easement. So it's not the easiest site to develop, and those are the different reasons that I don't think there's any interest in that.
And my next question, have we as a city ever taken a look at the possibilities, what we can do with that? Like, you know, what it would be used for? Availabilities, options?
I alluded to the fact that we've done prelim environmental on it related to the expansion. The regional board item that was approved January showed the different expansion concept utilizing this parcel, and it's been pre-graded, mass graded to create 5 pads up to 7 pads ultimately for buildings, staying away from the easements, and a very large, you have the laser pointer? Very large hole in the ground, which is to be utilized as a water basin right there on the property. So the pads are somewhat here, you can kind of see them. Big pad there, an access road that comes straight from the treatment plant and gets to the back of the basin. So that was the ultimate use for the site. That's what we're intending to show the Department of Finance, that that would be our future development for the property, and they will allow, upon their approval of the plan, for the ownership to transfer from the RDA to the city. The option to sell the property doesn't necessarily net the city of Beaumont. It's not like our normal assets where it's city owned. Like if we were talking about Building E or the Grace Avenue building, that would be direct money into your pocket. This money goes to the state because the RDA is now, all of the assets are owned by the state of California. Anything sold goes to the state, and then that money gets trickled down through the different taxing entities within the area.
Unless we utilize it, correct? Unless we like build something on it and utilize it.
It would just be the pure sale of it. So if you wanted to sell that property, all the money from the sale goes directly to the Department of Finance for the state of California.
No, but you were talking about a few minutes ago about if we were to expand on it, we would do a transfer into the city.
This plan, if it's approved by the successor agency tonight, will go to the oversight board. If they approve it, it'll go to finance. If finance approves it before the end of the year, they will allow a simple ownership transfer from the Beaumont Redevelopment Agency to the City of Beaumont for this section of the law, which is for future development for government.
Okay.
And that's what we're suggesting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. Mr. White?
What triggered this now? I mean, it looks like it was... Could we have done this several years ago, or is there some reason that now we're looking at doing this?
It's a good question. Because the law's been in effect for a while now, right?
Yeah, it looked like it.
So one of the issues is we had a weird chicken and egg scenario. As you, as council know, we have a payment plan with the Department of Finance for that $2.8 million that we owe them, right? From the RDA dealings where we transferred money to the city and we weren't allowed to do that, so now we have to pay them back. So one of the keys with the legislation is that you can't receive that finding of completion until you pay them back. And the state made every agency get a finding of completion before you could even get this approved. So it was, do we do all of the work related to this 2 years before we ever received a finding of completion. For us, we had thought, well, they may ask for an appraisal, they may ask us for more work. We're not going to receive the finding of completion for 10 years. Why are we going to do all of that work now and have to redo it later on when we want to utilize the property or sell the property? So that was our reasoning for not doing it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I must have missed it in here, but we have received the finding of completion?
Well, one of the things that I personally worked on and our lobbyist worked on in the state legislature this last year was a section of the law that says that if you have an approved payment plan with the Department of Finance, you can receive a finding of completion prior to paying it off. And that's what we've done. We requested the finding of completion. They said they're in the process of reviewing it, and that's being done in conjunction with the city attorney's office. And they're in the process of looking at that. The only issue now is that all cities must submit this for approval before the end of the year. So they said, well, we're looking at your FOC. Where's your long-range property management plan? So that's when we got started on getting this thing done as soon as possible to get it to them so they can review it and hopefully approve it by the end of the year.
Okay, thank you for clearing that all up. I knew about the finding of completion in the process. Was my question. This was a plan for the desalination plant, is that correct? Or is that another section?
Part of the expansion, so you've been out there, there's not much room left. So the expansion of the existing plant and the desalination.
Okay. So if this is transferred from the RDA to the city because we have a plan to use it for a desalination plant, and then let's say 2 or 3 years down the line we decide not to do a desalination plant, are we then able to sell it at that point?
I think you could do whatever. I don't know.
I won't hold you.
I'm not sure. It would, if we look at the regional concept and the agency that inherits or purchases the existing plant from us, this would probably be a very nice piece to go along with that. If
we maintain our plant and just expand it, then we can expand onto this.
We would expand on this. There's not much else to do. Okay. So it's critical for the operations existing now and the future. If the entity that takes over doesn't want the property, then I think it would be a legal question on whether we could sell it. Maybe, maybe not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Laura?
Just answered my question.
Oh, okay.
Whether we had to develop it or not.
You good? Okay. Mr. Warsinski, thank you very much.
We have 2 speakers, Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to open the public comment at 10:45.
First speaker, Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. I hope Mr. Warsinski is not going to tell the Department of Finance that an EIR has been done on this property, because it hasn't. Dave Dillon, I believe, did a negative deck, and I'll let the next speaker tell you all about that. But it is a very sordid story, and I own these 10 acres here that are adjacent to this, and I am ready to hire an attorney to make sure that my rights on this, butting up against this, whatever you decide to do with it, are protected. I'm tired of my property rights being destroyed by this city. I just hope you understand that.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Who's our next speaker?
Next speaker, Nancy Hall.
Okay, I live at 13865 Bolo Court. And Kyle, I have the other access to that property. My property includes a road for the line rider. My driveway, we have a gate that goes from back of my property onto the city property for the line rider and any emergency equipment that has to get back there. I would kind of like to know whose property it is the city is crossing now across Cooper's Creek to get back there if it is landlocked. Because right now there's a road out the back of the wastewater treatment plant that crosses Cooper's Creek and goes back there where that property is. In 2003, about the time we created BCRG, and I hope you don't keep those light on for me because I have some information here that's more than 3 minutes, and I think it needs to be reserved to talk about. Urban Logic decided to make a deal with Dirt Connection to take out the hill behind my house, which is on the city property. That's 52 acres. The deal they made was 30 cents a cubic yard, and it was over 3 million cubic yards of dirt. They in turn sold that dirt for $20 a cubic yard. The manager of that project informed me that there was some kind of a relationship between Urban Logic and Dirt Connection for the sale of that dirt. On paper, they made the city believe that they were going to have all these ponds, and it was all copacetic. We fought it over the EIR because the EIR they were using was for a Rolling Hills project, a housing development that was going to be north of 4th Street that never materialized. It had nothing to do with that property. In 2003, they were also trying to pass a property called the Tarak Project. It was south of Westward or Mount Davis Road that shared the same road. And that project did not happen, but what did happen is our neighborhood hired an independent consultant to challenge the negative declaration that Ernie Ager signed on that property that came back that 37 out of 39 items violated CEQA. There's major migration trails that run through the 52 acres down to Cooper's Creek. You know, the stuff that happened 2003 up until the time they left here was criminal. Even when they were back there taking the dirt out of the area back there, they had no swept plan. They had nothing up to barricade the dirt that was falling down into the creek. They violated so many laws back there, and every time we came in here to speak, Alan, Ernie, Dave, they all gave us a hard time. You know, but the reason being, I believe, is they were pocketing it. So they had to have been making somewhere. Why would they do it?
Mrs. Hall.
I understand.
Mrs.
But you know
Hall.
what?
Mrs.
My
Hall.
property is affected. And you
we
don't
have
know.
a point
You're
of
just the
order
city council.
here.
I understand.
We have
I'm gonna
to
call a
hold
point of order
everybody.
myself.
Mrs. Hall,
No.
you are out of order.
You know what? Your
out
uncle
of
would be
order,
very
Mrs. Hall.
not
Just
happy
take a
with
break.
what you're doing. You know what? You know what? If you proceed to do anything without an EIR on that property, I will concur with Mrs. Bingham and make sure that our rights are protected.
They screwed us over enough.
Yes, we're going to take a break.
Tell you what, sick of this. Yes, she didn't sit there and listen to everything we told her about Urban Logic, and then she joins in with them. Yeah, that's the way it is, Miss Knight. Excuse me.
and we can't let one person speak longer than another. And so we will hold you to the red light. And we want to hear what you have to say, but I can't let one person speak for 15 minutes and another for 2 or 3. So, going forward, who do we have next?
That was our last speaker.
Okay, let's close the public hearing at 10:55.
Mayor Knight, I have a couple questions.
Okay, Mr. White?
Kyle, can you come back up here?
Yeah, making the truth this time.
So what we're considering tonight is transferring ownership, correct? So we're not approving any projects to be completed or built on there, correct?
No, not at all.
Do we need an EIR to transfer property?
No,
Transfer ownership?
We'll need an EIR to do the facility.
Okay. And
have to be done.
And the question about access to it, is the city going across the creek to get to it?
There's the road that I mentioned that crosses the creek area. There's a culvert there.
Can you, with the pointer, show me what you're thinking?
The current access road comes off of Risco. It's a shared easement amongst the different owners of these properties.
Okay.
And that road comes down here and it crosses about that blue line.
Yes.
The creek's right here. There's a culvert that goes underneath the roadway. It's not a paved road, it's just dirt.
But is it crossing a creek, as far as you know?
It doesn't cross the water because the water goes through the pipe, but it crosses the creek area, yeah.
But if we're crossing a creek, is that a violation of some state or federal regulation or requirement?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Laura has a question for you, Kyle.
Kyle, did the city put in the culvert?
I don't know.
Okay. It's just been
I
there
would guess, but I couldn't say that. That was done a long time ago.
I was?
It was probably done sometime between 1993 when we acquired those properties and when I started working here. Because I don't remember doing it.
I don't remember the city ever putting it in. We'd have to look at it.
Okay, so if we were to develop that property, that item would have to be addressed as far as access over.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But as now, I mean, if there's an access issue, who could tell us that? Would our city engineer be able to tell us that?
No, to be honest with you, I'm going to go down there.
Okay.
See it.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Get a tour.
Yeah. I didn't know that we, I'd like to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
All right. I would make a motion that we adopt.
Thank you, Mr. Warsinski.
I'm sorry. I move that we adopt the resolution approving the long-range property and authorize the executive director to submit the long-range property management plan to the DOF for approval.
I'll second.
Motion by White, second by Lada. Roll call. Councilmember Fox, absent. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lada?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, passed 4-0. I'm going to reconvene the regular session of the Beaumont City Council at 11 o'clock. And we are going to move to our, let's see, I need to open the session.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to reopen our, reconvene it, okay, at 11 o'clock. City manager report.
I'm going to make this quick. So, first and foremost, I want to introduce Liz Folsom. I didn't do that at the beginning of the meeting. I apologize. By the way, she goes by Liz, fortunately. Liz is here from Muni Temps to help us with getting the agenda out and the minutes, and I know we've had a series of turnovers, but I've worked with Liz for 2 days now, and she's keeping me organized, and she likes deadlines and taking notes, so that's a good sign. So we welcome her. The community outlook is in your agenda packet again. As I stated before, I'm going to put that in every agenda, so in case you miss it one meeting, it'll be in the next meeting. It is a calendar of sorts. with all the upcoming events, so I won't go through those. The future agenda items right now, I don't have a comprehensive list simply because I've been managing that by myself without the assistance of a deputy city clerk the last couple weeks. I can tell you that the RFP for the wastewater treatment plant engineer will be on that. The reorganization for the resolution of city council will be on it. And that's all I have right now.
Okay.
Oh, the Solera CFD meetings, I'm sorry. Last night, we met with about, I would say, well, it was standing room only, so about 300 to 400 residents. We, being City Attorney Pinckney, myself, Onyx, Shane and Rich from Webb & Associates, and our new bond counsel, Brian Forbath, who hasn't been formally introduced to council yet. He's only been retained the last 30 days. And we gave a presentation to the community of Solera. We fielded questions, and overall, we received positive response from the people that came up and spoke to us after. The meeting lasted about an hour and a half. It started at 4 o'clock, and I believe we were finished by about 5:30. I can't say that our message was what they wanted to hear, but it was truthful, it was factual, and we did our best to address all of their concerns. And I do believe that we have at least given them information that they have been waiting to receive for several years now, or at least that's what I was told by one resident after the meeting, that they've been asking to have somebody come. So unless there's any other questions.
Sounded like it went well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, let me address the issue of those streets. I did make copies. I asked staff to make copies of the actual addresses for backup documentation, so I will ask staff again tomorrow to go back the streets that the gentleman addressed that were missed. We do have another meeting that we are holding tomorrow. It will just be Onyx and myself, not the attorneys, and we will go through the presentation with anybody that comes tomorrow night at 6 o'clock that was outlined in the letter. And so if anybody's listening and they missed the meeting and they want to come, I will go a step farther and call the HOA president, Pat King, tomorrow morning and ask her to put the word out. I apologize if streets were missed. That was not our intention. We didn't look at the map and determine that tax zone A shouldn't get a letter. We went to our utility billing system and migrated the addresses, and if some were missed, that was a complete error.
Okay, thank you. Item number 7, Mr. City Clerk, how are things
Well,
in the clerk world?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. On November 19th, I set up a meeting with Mrs. Bingham and Mr. Horowitz to review the outstanding public records request submitted by her, and the interim city manager, Mrs. Arteaga, was also there. I wasn't informed of today's meeting, so I can't speak to that, but I do want to empathize with Mrs. Bingham as to her frustration with the process. I do, however, feel that we do have a nice plan in place. I believe we can fulfill the requests in a timely manner. Of course, person power, though, is our weakest link. We've already addressed that issue. On November 25th, I called Dave Delinsky from the Press Enterprise to review his outstanding requests. The city has begun to fulfill his requests as of this morning, thanks to the Union Bank statements that we do have available. And I'm waiting to hear from him sometime tomorrow to make sure that those are adequate and continue fulfilling that, because it is an ongoing order as well. So I just want to, those are our two most outstanding ones that I needed to address.
A quick comment. Can you give him John Brain's name?
Excuse me?
Give him John Brain's name and ask him to contact me.
Already gave it to him.
Oh, but that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Pinckney.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, you recall that at a prior meeting, I indicated to you that there had been a new law adopted in the state of California that affirmatively regulates and allows for the licensing of marijuana-related businesses. And because there was this new law that had been passed in October, that I would be coming back to you under the city attorney report and giving you an update and an overview of that law, and then requesting direction from the council as to whether the council wishes to leave what it currently has in place, which is a ban, or to take some other type of action. So I want to start by saying that I make no recommendation on this issue. This is an issue that is a relatively sensitive one within communities. Communities feel differently about it. This is something to be worked out between you as a council, as the elected officials, and members of the community with their input. So I want to be clear in going over this item with you. I'm certainly not advocating that you take any particular action. It's just my duty as your city attorney to advise you that there's a new law that's in place, a comprehensive regulatory scheme that's been adopted by our state legislature, signed by our governor, and that there is a deadline that's coming up of March 1st of next year, and I'll discuss that in a little bit more detail during the report. And then also, I didn't know what to expect coming here tonight, and sometimes when you address these issues, you get a big turnout of folks from both sides of the issue, and so I didn't know what kind of questions we would get, and so I brought with me tonight Caitlin Empey, who's sitting here in the front row, and Ms. Empey is our in-house expert on this issue and has represented a number of clients dealing with it, anywhere from bans to regulation to everything in between. So. And she is very familiar with the new regulatory scheme and the new law and where we're at on that. So if there are any detailed questions, I asked her to be here to assist in answering them. So, as I mentioned, the city's current code places a total ban on marijuana and marijuana-related activities within the city. The code prohibits cultivation, as well as the operation of medical marijuana dispensaries, mobile dispensaries, and delivery. On October 9, 2015, Governor Brown signed three bills into law, and that included Assembly Bill 266, Assembly Bill 243, and Senate Bill 643, which are collectively referred to as the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, and that established a statewide regulatory scheme for licensing, cultivation, processing, transporting, testing, and distributing of medical cannabis in the state of California. By overview, AB 266, and I'm just going to touch on some of the more salient points of what that legislation does, but AB 266 does the following. It enacts the Medical Marijuana Regulation Safety Act, which provides for the licensure and regulation of medical marijuana, and establishes within the Department of Consumer Affairs the Bureau of Medical Marijuana Regulation, now a state agency. Under the control of the department, the Act establishes a dual licensing structure requiring both a state license and a local license or permit to operate a medical marijuana business within the state of California. So they don't just go to the state for approval, they have to go to the local jurisdiction as well. Jurisdictions that regulate or ban medical marijuana will be able to retain their regulations or ban. If you don't have regulations in place or a ban in place, then it automatically goes to the state. The state law preempts. AB 266 also establishes 17 license classifications, including subclassifications which provide licenses for cultivation, manufacturing, testing, dispensaries, distribution, and transportation, and provides that a city may adopt ordinances that establish additional standards, requirements, and regulations for local licenses. It also provides that local jurisdictions retain the power to assess fees and taxes on facilities that are licensed. In addition, it provides that each licensing authority may suspend or revoke licenses after proper notice and a hearing, or take other disciplinary action for violations of the Act. It requires the Board of Equalization to adopt a system for reporting the movement of commercial cannabis and cannabis products. It also repeals the medical marijuana identification card system that we had under what was called the Medical Marijuana Program Act. Nothing in the Act supersedes or limits local authorities for law enforcement of local zoning requirements or local ordinances, permits, or licensing requirements. In addition to AB 266, AB 243 requires the Department of Food and Agriculture, the Department of Pesticide Regulation, the State Department of Public Health, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the State Water Resource Control Board to promulgate regulations related to medical marijuana and its cultivation. The third piece of legislation, SB 643, sets forth standards for a physician and surgeon prescribing medical cannabis and requires the Medical Board of California to prioritize, investigate, and discipline physicians and surgeons that repeatedly recommend excessive cannabis or repeatedly recommend cannabis without a good faith examination. So with this legislation that I've just gone over being passed, there are certain options available to the city. There are two areas that require, under the legislation, immediate attention from local governments under the Act. One is deliveries and mobile dispensaries. Jurisdictions that wish to ban deliveries or mobile dispensaries will need to have an ordinance in place that affirmatively identifies and prohibits these activities. And two, cultivation. AB 243 contains a provision stating that cities that do not have an ordinance regulating or prohibiting cultivation by March 1 of 2016 will lose the authority to regulate or ban cultivation within the city. Again, here in Beaumont, you have an ordinance that's in place that bans it. So what are the options available to the city? The City Council may elect to leave the current ordinance in place, which bans all medical marijuana-related activities within the city. I will note that the ordinance does not expressly ban manufacturing as written. However, the city has a permissive zoning code, meaning those uses which are not expressly permitted are prohibited. Second, the council may elect to amend the ordinance to adopt a comprehensive regulatory scheme that affirmatively permits medical marijuana and medical marijuana-related activities within the city. This would include adopting an ordinance establishing rules and regulations for the operation and management of cooperatives, collectives, dispensaries, cultivation, manufacturing, and delivery, as well as creating enforcement mechanisms for those activities. And finally, council may elect to amend the ordinance to regulate certain medical marijuana activities and ban others. For example, one option would be to ban dispensaries, retail establishments, but to allow cultivation facilities or manufacturing facilities, baking facilities, which don't have the same type of retail traffic. So there's a variety of different options. If you decide to allow activity, you can pick and choose which ones. And then if the council and with the community input were inclined to allow any type of medical marijuana activity and it wanted to tax it, that would ultimately have to go to the voters for approval. I also briefly wanted to touch on the status of the federal law. Marijuana remains illegal under the Controlled Substances Act. The federal government, under this current administration, has taken, I'd say, a non-aggressive approach to dealing with marijuana, provided that it's being regulated at the state or local level, that there's regulatory scheme in place, that it's being enforced, and that the 8 priorities that have been identified by the Department of Justice, which are listed in our memo, and those priorities are distributing of marijuana to minors, providing revenue from the sale of marijuana to criminal enterprises, gangs, or cartels, diverting marijuana from a state where it is legal under state law to a state where it is illegal, using marijuana activity as a cover or pretext for trafficking of other illegal drugs or other illegal activity, using or engaging in violence or use of firearms in the cultivation and or distribution of marijuana, contributing to drug driving and or exacerbation of other adverse public health consequences, growing marijuana on public lands and the attendant public safety and environmental dangers posed by marijuana production on public lands, and or possessing or use of marijuana on federal property. So those are the 8 priorities that the Department of Justice has identified as situations where the federal government will get involved, even if it is being regulated at the state and local level. Ultimately, the federal government has reserved the right and discretion to become involved from a law enforcement perspective on a case-by-case basis. But they have expressed in what's called the Cole Memorandum that if it's being regulated at the state and local level and those regulations are being enforced, that they're less likely to exercise the discretion they have to get in. I also want to note quickly that as you know, I mentioned at a prior council meeting that I would be coming to you, and then after that, when I mentioned that this topic would be coming to you in a city attorney report, I was contacted by an attorney who I believe represents collectives and dispensaries, and he sent an email to me today, and I'm going to share that with the council so that you have that, and that's his view of this issue and how other cities have dealt with it, either in his view properly or improperly. And then also there was some information that he provided as an attachment, and we committed to him that we would make that part of the record this evening. Even though we're not having a hearing on an ordinance, it's just informational at this point to seek direction from the council. But I'll pass this up to the council and then also make it available to the public. Let me just hand you some of these here. That attorney's name, I don't know if I mentioned it, is Arthur Charchian. And so, you know, we made a commitment that we would share this information with you and the members of the public attending, and so we've done that. So the options that are available to the council, as I mentioned, are to leave the current ordinance in place and ban medical marijuana and marijuana-related activities, and that really doesn't require any action on your part because you have an ordinance in place currently that bans it. The second would be to establish a comprehensive regulatory scheme here in the city of Beaumont, affirmatively permitting medical marijuana businesses within the city, and possibly submit a measure to the voters to tax marijuana-related businesses. And then the third option would be to enact amendments to the ordinance, the current ordinance, to allow certain marijuana-related activities and then have the ban apply to others. So I submit that to you. That's my report, and then I submit it to you for your discussion. And what I'm looking for tonight is direction from the council. What, if anything, do you want our office to do on this issue? Thank you.
Any speakers? Do we have speakers? We have 2 speakers. So I'll open the public comment here.
First speaker, David Weiner.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Surprisingly, I'm not talking about development right now, but this is an issue that is important to me. I have friends that have benefited from medical marijuana use to treat cancers, to treat HIV and related illnesses, and it's an important issue, I think. But I want to look at it in a different way. So many times, especially tonight, we've heard about the shortfall in the city revenues or in the city fund $8 million, $10 million, maybe an additional $4 million if you want to build a surplus. And I think that medical cannabis presents an opportunity to help replenish the coffers. So first, I wanted to talk to my friends that live a little bit east of here, namely the Coachella Valley, where they do have medical cannabis in dispensaries, and see what their experiences were, see what they knew about what was going on there. First thing I learned is that there is a large tax increase in tax revenues. My understanding is that in Palm Springs it comes close to $1 million a year in additional taxes that was funded through a measure that was on the ballot a couple years back. It's basically free money for the city. So it also, in Palm Springs and in the Coachella Valley, it helped fund regulation of cultivators, growers, and other suppliers to the market. Second, I look at Beaumont, and we're in an ideal location. There is no medical marijuana cultivation, businesses, dispensaries between the western Coachella Valley and basically the edge of Los Angeles. So nothing in Riverside, nothing in the San Gabriel Valley. Third, everybody on the no side will likely talk about crime and what could happen if you have medical cannabis. In the Coachella Valley, this hasn't been the case. I know that one of the rationales for the tax in Palm Springs was to hire additional police officers. The city of Palm Springs found out they didn't need additional police officers, that medical cannabis wasn't bringing additional crime to the city. So what I'd like to recommend is that the council consider a workshop. I know we've talked about workshops before. This is going to have a lot of opinions to people in the city, and I think that if you regulate it properly and you bring it to the voters, you can have really a windfall that can help replenish the city coffers and at the same time meet the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker.
Craig Scott.
Hi, my name is Craig Scott. I'm the president of the Brownie Mary Democratic Club, and one of the things that we work for is access to medical marijuana for patients. I do this because in 1997 I had cancer, and the chemotherapy from the cancer caused a lot of neurological damage, which over the years has caused me a lot of pain, and the only thing that I've ever been able to get relief from is marijuana. I don't use it all the time. It's an intermittent thing with me, but it is effective. And I am certain there are people in this community who could benefit from access to marijuana. As the previous speaker mentioned, in the Coachella Valley, that many of the problems that are presented with medical marijuana have not come to pass. I have a lot of research here that I'll share. It's academic research in peer-reviewed journals that show that around dispensaries the crime doesn't happen. There's I have research here. I have a large library of academic journals on all kinds of things that people have studied related to medical marijuana, and I'd be happy to share them with you in the upcoming weeks. I hope you would reconsider your ban on dispensaries and marijuana broadly. There's a lot of money to be had here for the city, and you have an $8 to $10 million hole you need to fill. This will not fill that hole in 1 year. But I know the city of Palm Springs collects about $1 million a year. In this email here, I see that the city of Sacramento collects millions of dollars. There's money to be made here, so thank you. And I'll pass out these.
If you will give them to the city clerk, please.
Okay.
Okay.
I have several copies.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any?
Yeah, one last speaker on Dr. Blair Ball.
Dr. Ball?
Sorry, Bob, one more time, unexpected. I would encourage this council to continue the ban on medical marijuana in this community. We're a family-based community. We've been down this road before, and the prior council determined that it was not in the best interest of our community to continue forward with medical marijuana shops. I have an 18-year-old patient who is a senior at Beaumont High School on medical marijuana. I say, what for? He says, well, my bad back. I said, what have you done? Sit in the desk all day long? It's simple as pie to get a medical marijuana card. You simply go down, pay the doc $50, and you got one. Doesn't matter. Pharmaceuticals are there because they're dose-related, for weight-related, and so forth, to take care of pains and aches and so forth. You cannot regulate it for, let's say, glaucoma, to reduce pressure, because you don't know what you're getting from one dose to another. But you do in pharmaceuticals that are regulated. I just feel that it is not in the best interest of this community, and simply to say that this becomes a cash cow to solve all our needs is wrong. You need to go to Colorado and see what happened there and the number of people that moved to Colorado to partake of the medical marijuana. I think it needs a lot more serious research before we say let's open the door to recover from our $8 to $10 million deficit on the back of medical marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Ball.
No further speakers.
No further speakers. Mr. Orozco wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to kind of express a couple questions. I know you have somebody here who's an expert, right, in this stuff.
Ms. MP from my office has worked extensively on this topic, so we're here to answer any questions you have.
So, but before I go into the questions, I think a workshop would be beneficial in terms of kind of seeing the possibilities and in terms of the needs in our community. I think it'll be in our best interest to kind of see what the options are. I'm not really fond of dispensaries, but there are other ways where cities can build revenue based on just basically manufacturing and cultivation. I think our council needs to be educated before we make any decision in terms of what direction we want to go. In my eyes, I think this is a big issue, very important. I would like to see it go into a workshop and maybe even kind of seeing the different possibilities, options that we can do. I know some of them were mentioned in here, but in some questions, I had questions in terms of can we, if we do such cultivation or allow production in our city, are we able to limit the area where we want it, place it, to determine basically what are our options in terms of how far can we regulate? Because we talked about regulation, it talks about regulation here. So how far can we regulate?
Sure. So the state law allows the local governments to provide their own comprehensive regulations and provide for their own license or permitting schemes. So if we wanted to, we could regulate it from a zoning perspective. From a zoning standpoint, we could only permit it in certain zones. We could limit the size. We could limit the hours that they operate. We could even put regulations on the business side, so require security or require different license procedures and fees and that sort of thing. All of that we can have our local licensing.
Are you familiar with some of the cities that have been enacted? Like, for example, I know Palm Springs, of course, Desert Hot Spring has done it just recently, and then we have Cathedral City. Can you explain a little? Are you familiar with those cities and how they're?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And are there any other cities that I'm not aware about that within the region that have enacted these measures to incorporate, to regulate and incorporate, to allow, to permit, basically?
Well, Palm Springs and DHS and Cathedral City all do. The only city that has regulated since the new law has come out that I'm aware is the city of Adelanto, and it's come out with a cultivation regulation. But this new law is very new, so we're not exactly clear how all the permitting schemes that are happening in other cities will interact with the new legislation that's been passed in the state. But I know some cities they cap how many, say, dispensaries can be in the city. Others do a first come, first served basis. So there's a lot of different approaches you can take to how you want to set up your permit scheme, just like any other business.
Mm-hmm. And are we able to also limit or cap the amount cultivated or manufactured in the city as well?
You could limit the size of the cultivation facility by the square feet. The state has its own cultivation sizes, so there are small cultivation facilities, medium and large, that you can get a state license, but we can put regulations on top of it to limit how big they are within our city.
How about in terms of how much we can permit to collect from let's say, the manufacturing or cultivation?
You mean in terms of plant limits?
Well, how are we able to, like, how much are we able to collect?
Can we tax the hell
Can we
out
tax it? Yeah. Well, I want to say tax because I know if it's taxed, we have to take it to the voters. But how much or how far can we go as a city to, like, put fees or let's say a tax?
The state law expressly provides, and I'll quote the language to you, that local jurisdictions retain the power to assess fees and taxes as applicable on facilities that are licensed pursuant to the Act and the business activities of those licenses. So you maintain any authority that you would have for any other business.
So we can, I know, what was it with the city of Palm Springs, they went to the ballot for taxation on sales tax, right? So that would have to go to the voters?
Any tax would have to go to the voters.
Okay. So without having to go into the voters, how much can we assess?
You could assess normal regulatory fees for the cost of processing the applications and that sort of thing through the business code.
And then the taxes are often not a sales tax, but a business tax. And on a cultivation facility, the tax might be based on the square footage of the facility. You tax per square foot, because with some cultivation facilities, they don't have revenue coming in. Some do, some don't. So you can do it on a square foot basis. You can do it on a gross receipts basis. And then the percentages, I think, vary by city. What they charge, 10% isn't unusual, but I think it's even higher than that in some jurisdictions. And then as to your question about the way to go about it, and some of the cities that have done it, some cities have done it poorly, and it's created some scandal in the city of allegations of corruption. They've ended up in lawsuits over it, and then some have done it well and been thoughtful in how they've approached it, and they haven't had those problems. In fact, I was talking to Mr. Dice just very briefly during a break, and he had mentioned that Stockton had allowed 3 dispensaries, and they didn't end up in any litigation over it. So they very tightly controlled and regulated it. But what you're discussing tonight, 5 years ago, the dialogue was about dispensaries. The dialogue today is about cultivation, manufacturing, laboratories, testing, transportation, and dispensaries. It's a much broader discussion.
Does a good job on breaking it down.
On the document that
was provided to us. Yeah. Well, I just want to kind of finish up in terms of why I think a workshop is kind of needed into this, because I kind of disagree with Dr. Blair Ball. I mean, I know a doctor next door to me who's one of the head doctors here at the Goral Hospital here, and I just had this conversation with him the other day about this, and it's totally opposite, and how he was supportive and basically would disagree with that comment by one of the speakers here. But yeah, I think this is an important issue. I think we have to talk about the reality here, thinking outside the box. You know, we are insolvent, we're cash insolvent, we're budget insolvent, we're service insolvent, we are been minimizing our police, and if there's a way, and it's part of my duty too, to provide an opportunity to take a look at all options and just kind of throw them out the door. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, I really want to make sure it's the right direction, and I have faith in our legal counsel and kind of looking at the best possibility for our city instead of just shutting the door. I mean, the reality is, and you know, there are other cities around us that are already taking advantage of this. I'm not saying we have to go on board, but the reality is also we might not have a choice in a couple of in a year or two if it goes to the ballot statewide. So if we do not act and take a look at this as a council and as a community, not just as a council but as a community, I think we're gonna do ourselves harm in this, and we're just shutting the door. So, you know, I think it's best if we just maybe, you know, I would recommend that we go into a workshop on this and take a look at it a little further with education and detail. So,
thank you, Mr. Orozco. Mr. Laura, did you have something?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. As I understand it, if you have a medical marijuana card, you're allowed to grow your own. Is that correct?
The Compassionate Use Act does allow a primary caregiver or a qualified patient to grow medical marijuana under the Act, yes.
Okay.
There are certain limits, and it's by how much you technically need.
Right. So if somebody needs it, they can grow their own. They don't need to buy it.
Yes, we're just talking about commercial establishments. It wouldn't apply to individual people growing for personal use.
Okay. And on the commercial establishments, when you establish a grow farm, if we allow that or establish that, there's no way for us to monitor who controls the grow farm.
Other than licensing them?
Well, if you license them, say you license Mr. Smith and he is growing for somebody else that benefits from the profits.
Other than the application process for the local license, no, you couldn't prohibit them from giving it to somebody else unless you also prohibited delivery, but you can't prohibit transportation. That's preempted by the state.
But it's also, maybe you could explain the state regulatory scheme, because it's also not only if, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to beat the dead horse here, but we are not advocating for or against this. We're just giving you the information and then you do what you want. But in addition to any regulations that you adopt, the state has adopted a regulatory scheme, and so they would be subject to that regulatory scheme as well, and they're creating state agencies, and they're going to have to not only get a license at the local level, but also go through the process of getting a state-issued license, and then be subject to the state-created entities that are going to regulate this industry going forward. The debate of whether there is going to be essentially legal marijuana, medical marijuana in the state of California, that debate's over.
Right.
It ended on October 9th. There will be a further debate come November of next year of whether it'll be legalized for broader purposes beyond just medical use or not. But in ending that debate, the state, you know, again, adopted a very comprehensive regulatory scheme that they'll be enforcing. So maybe you could describe that regulatory scheme at the state level.
For terms of cultivation, the Department of Food and Agriculture is in charge of coming up with regulations. They have yet to do that as the legislation just passed. It could be quite some time before we see those regulations put in place, and also quite some time before we see the state issuing state licenses. It could be somewhere around 2017, 2018. We know how fast the state moves. So it would just be whatever local regulations you put in place for the time being that would govern cultivation in the city until that comes to fruition.
Okay. guess my final comment would be is, in the county of Riverside, it's not allowed. However, that hasn't prohibited the number of over 50 grow farms of opening up, being controlled by gangs, cartels, and it's cost the county a large dollar amount to get these under control and to get these farms to, I guess, reduce the number that's allowed per card-carrying, medical marijuana card carrier. The other experience that I've had with the county and these is they seem to get held up a lot. Obviously, there's a lot of money that gets that they create there, that a lot of money that comes in. That's why there's a lot of taxes, but then there's also a lot of high theft with that. So those are the concerns I have. Anytime you open up that door, it's very hard to close after the fact.
Well, I can't speak exactly to what kind of crime occurs at these facilities, as I don't partake, but you can put security systems in place and require there to be on-site security and monitoring cameras 24/7 and have people walk through if that was a concern that you wanted to address in those facilities.
And obviously, you know, if you were to have further discussion about this, you'd want your police chief to weigh in on it.
Yes.
Because there are law enforcement concerns, and you'd want to do it through a public hearing process where you give notice, publish notice to the community on an issue like this, that it's being addressed, and give them an opportunity to be here to weigh in for or against.
I do have a question. Federal, and one of the concerns, and I have family in Northern California, so this is something we've been watching for a long time, and the different issues that come with it and that have come with it. I'm not against medical marijuana in any way, but I know the cash basis, if the federal government, it's still illegal, so they have to operate on a cash basis. Is that correct?
That is what's happening right now. There was just a memorandum a year ago maybe that came out regarding banks being able to process these activities and when the state needs to report transactions because it is illegal. So it's kind of a gray area, but yes, I would assume most of it would be cash-based because you have to report crimes if you're a bank.
Right. Okay. Okay. It's just a whole lot to look at. Thank you very much. And Chief Tulise, thank you. I don't know, maybe Commander Fagan or one of you, we did have an illegal operation here. And were either of you involved in it? I did tour it. Do you have any comments on that, going ahead, looking forward? I know our Chief Coe spent a lot of time up at the League of Cities trying to push things in a direction via the chiefs of police.
Were you asking the chief a question?
I am. I'm asking you, Chief. Just a quick, I know it's late, but, you know, we're going to have to, we need to start thinking ahead and thinking about it. Well, I guess, you know, we did have problems because it was illegal, but I don't know how much, if it generated blight. I know we had complaints from the business owners surrounding it.
Right, so the previous establishment was operating completely outside of the law. And what the city attorney is bringing forward tonight is the new law that creates a process for them to operate legally. And so my position tonight was to remain neutral and allow the city attorney to present it and for the council to digest the information. And like they said, you know, if you have an agreement to bring it back into a workshop, you know, I'll come back prepared. Well, I'm prepared now.
Well, I didn't, you know, it was more of we've dealt with this before. We did deal with it. And our community was not favorable to it.
Highly unfavorable. Yes. It did cost us a lot of money to investigate and to shut down that operation. We're still dealing with it to this day. And I I think that we'll be dealing with it through legalities for some time. And, you know, there's always a concern that when you're dealing with an illegal drug, you know, can you expect honesty within that business? And so when you're talking about revenues and how they're split, and as the Mayor Pro Tem shared, you know, whether there's gangs or cartels involved, you know, they don't sit idly by and allow people to make money and cut into their profits. So there's usually, at times, hands involved in this, but that may be something for the workshop.
Okay. I just, you know, we were on it now. I don't want to spend a lot more time on it, but I just wanted a little bit of your input.
Right. So, but they are two different scenarios. What we had and what the city attorney's bringing forward today is the law was made clear with these three bills that were passed. Okay.
Thank you.
Can I follow up with him?
Chief?
Can I have some questions?
Yes, sure.
I just want to make, before he sits down, well, I do want him to sit down and bring him back up again.
Did you want to talk to Chief?
No, I'd like you,
Thank
Chief,
you.
but I don't want to talk to you. I'm trying to keep you neutral.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just based on what was said right now, you were saying, so the problems that we were dealing with as a city, it was because we didn't have a proper ordinance in place, you know, to regulate or control what was going on, correct? I mean,
we had a proper ordinance in place that was being violated each and every day that the business continued to operate.
We had an adopted ordinance.
We did. We had a total ban, and it was operated in defiance of that ordinance.
okay. And then with an, let's say, an updated ordinance, such as what we can come up with, and what would that? Do you think that would change?
Well, we would enforce the code appropriately. If an ordinance was changed and passed, we would work with, you know, our attorney to get the regulations that we feel need to be in there, and then we have to work with our appropriate departments to enforce it.
And I'm trying to keep you, how do I say, neutral. But I have one question in regards to if you had an opportunity, would you, as our police chief, would want to get ahead of something like this ahead of time, instead of waiting, being reactive, but instead of being progressive and kind of, you know, seeing down the road what's happening? Would you want to be able to better prepare for that?
Well, currently we're 4 months ahead of it, so we have a total ban in place. Now, cities have until March 1st, if they want to ban it, to adopt a ban. And so I conferred with our legal staff that time is on your side. Because we have a ban in place and we've beat the March 1st deadline, if, say, in May or June you change, you know, you decided one thing but you changed your mind, you're in the position to go back, and that would be correct, right? Yeah, so you are in the driver's seat because you have an ordinance in place addressing the issue. And so we are ahead of it. We're in control.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Mr. White.
Mayor, I'd request that we extend the 30 minutes a little bit so that I can have time for my questions and comments. If we need to.
Are they 7 minutes?
I don't know, that's half what he took.
No.
That's the problem with the clock now.
I was watching my time.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. I thought I heard somewhere in Mr. Pinckney's explanation that no ID card is necessary anymore. Is that correct?
Once the state starts issuing licenses, they're going to start phasing out the ID cards. Right now, they're still...
So how would a business be able to determine whether someone is eligible for medical marijuana?
I believe that will probably be addressed in the regulations that have yet to be adopted by the state.
Okay. And there's nothing stopping us from leaving our ban in place, designing an ordinance to send to the voters
No, you can leave your banner.
Okay. So now for my comments. Thank you. Chief, I wanted to remain neutral on this for at least another 3 years, but I'm not going to be able to do that. I watched a very close family member go through 10 years of dying with AIDS, and this was something that was helpful for him. By the way, that was in Sacramento, and it was before this was statewide legal. We're not Palm Springs, we're not Sacramento. My concern my biggest concern was raised by Mr. Weiner as a plus. And that concern is that if we do approve this, I want to know what our neighbors are doing, because we would be an island. And I believe that part of the problem we had before with the illegal dispensary was that people didn't want to drive all the way out to Coachella. They didn't want to drive all the way out to LA, so they all came to Beaumont to get this. And it brings in a questionable, and sometimes, not always, but a questionable clientele. I personally would not vote for an ordinance for a dispensary. I can't see myself voting for an ordinance for anything other than a ban, because even though I have my personal opinions on where this is good, that's not Beaumont. And the community in Beaumont needs to make this decision. Now, whether or not we can charge a license fee, I think you were saying $8 to $10 million for a license fee, that would not sway my decision. My thought is I'm okay with the workshop, because I think the workshop will bring out the public, and I think we will see where the public stands on this. I personally can't vote for any initiative or ordinance at this time. Who knows, something may change my mind. But I don't think a decision like this, no matter how much money it brings in, should be determined by the five of us. I think a decision like this should go to the voters, and we can draw up the ordinance. If you guys want to agree to no dispensaries and maybe cultivation in a bakery or whatever that means, I might be okay with helping to design an ordinance that goes to the people to vote. I would vote against it personally. But again, this is not my decision to make on voting this. And if I lived in Palm Springs or Sacramento and I was a council member for Los Angeles or Sacramento, this would be a lot easier for me. But I'm not. I'm a council member here in Beaumont, and I don't believe that the community wants this. So I think if the community comes out and approves a voted ordinance, then I will do my job as a council member to pass whatever fees and regulations and taxes that it requires. But I think this is a question that needs to go to the voters in Beaumont.
Would you allow it to go to a workshop? I'm sorry.
I said I'm good with the workshop, because I think it'll bring out the public, and we'll get a good idea of where people Beaumont stand. But it wouldn't change my mind. But I'm just saying it might change your mind.
No.
No?
No, I said yeah. I said yeah.
Okay, I got it done in 4 minutes.
There you go. What? Oh, just countdown. Very well done. Mr. Lord,
he's raising his hand.
Okay, you guys, it's 11:55, and we have to change the audio. 11:58. Let's bring the meeting back to order. Are we done with the, well, what do we want to do here, or just sit on it?
Just looking, as I indicated, we were going to report on the legislation that was passed in October.
Are we
on?
Are we up and running? Oh, I'm sorry.
So
Okay.
I had indicated to you that we would come back to you and report on the legislation that was passed in October, and describe that to you, which we've done tonight. And then really all we're looking for is direction from the council. Do you want to just leave it the way it is? Do you want us to, I mean, you've discussed tonight the idea of a workshop where you might actually do it as, give formal public notice so that more folks weigh in on the issue. Or, if you want us to come back to you with a draft ordinance. It'd be difficult to do that without a little bit more direction at such an early stage in the discussion. So we're just looking for direction, one way or the other, what the council is inclined to do.
I know for me, I would like to kind of make a motion. I don't know if we're making a motion here, but to kind of see it go to a workshop, I think we have an obligation as a council to let the public put input into this, because we represent the entire community, not just a small portion. And so I think giving that workshop gives us that ability to kind of hear from the public.
I think we represent a large portion of the community, and that's why I support a workshop as well. I don't think we need a motion on it unless...
I think we have a consensus.
Okay, so the consensus is to come back at a workshop and to give public notice, published notice of the workshop.
Yes, but later on in the year, we've got so much on our...
Okay.
Not before
Our plate
February.
right now.
I mean, I think the next meeting in January is...
Yeah.
We still have a Patura workshop we're working on for January.
And so sometime
February, maybe.
February, March.
Because since we have a ban in place, we're not under the gun, the March 1st deadline.
No.
Okay, thank you. The next item under the city attorney report is a discussion regarding proposed amendment of council rules of procedure and seek council direction regarding a draft ordinance amending the council rules of procedure. Let me just turn to that item. What you have before you, and this is just for discussion purposes because I wanted to get feedback from the council whether you want us to tee this up for a public hearing for consideration or not. But what you have in your packet is a draft ordinance that would, and I'll kind of turn to the heart of the matter just because it's already midnight. And I'm going to turn to section 2.04.044. And what this addresses is decorum of a person's addressing the city council. And this draft ordinance is actually based on language from an ordinance that was ruled upon by the Ninth Circuit in the case of White versus City of Norwalk. And the language provides in this draft ordinance that no person addressing the council shall make personal, impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks to any member of the council, staff, or the general public, nor utter loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language, nor engage in any other disorderly conduct which and this is the key, which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. So if somebody, it's important that this legislative body respect the constitutional rights, the First Amendment rights of people that come to these meetings. And I want to be clear that if somebody gets up and they're critical of things that the council has done or that I've done or that staff has done, they have a right to do that, and they have a right to express themselves. But if they do it in a manner that disrupts or disturbs or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, they don't have a right to do that. Because you have an obligation, you have a duty to conduct these meetings and conduct the business of the people of this community and get it done in an orderly fashion. The second paragraph in section 2.04.044 is that if any person addressing the City Council makes personal, impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or utters threatening or abusive language, or engages in any other conduct that disrupts or otherwise unreasonably impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting in violation of Section 1, the presiding officer shall issue that person a warning and request that he or she be orderly and silent. So the first thing that you do when somebody is disrupting the meeting is you ask that they be orderly, or, you know, if they're, let's say, talking beyond their 3 minutes and they refuse to stop, that you ask them to take their seat and stop because they've exceeded their time. If a person, after receiving a warning pursuant to Section 2, persists in disorderly conduct, which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, the presiding officer shall order him or her to leave the room. If he or she refuses to leave the room, he or she may be removed by any law enforcement officer who is on duty at the meeting. That doesn't mean, and nor would I recommend, that a law enforcement officer physically remove the person, but rather go up to the person and escort them out if they refuse to be orderly. If the person is ordered to leave the room or to be removed pursuant to Section 3, he or she shall not be readmitted to the meeting. If the orderly conduct of a meeting is unfeasible or cannot be restored, even after a person is ordered to leave the room or to be removed pursuant to Section 3, the presiding officer may order that the room be cleared and continue the session. Only matters appearing on the agenda may be considered in such a session, and representatives of the press or other news media, except those participating in the disturbance, shall be allowed to attend the session. And then number 6, 5 minutes after the room is ordered to be cleared pursuant to Section 5, individuals who did not participate in the disturbance shall be readmitted to the room. So this is sort of in the category of the last item that we discussed with you, and that is we're running it up the flagpole to get direction from the council, whether you want to go in this direction, do you want to go in a modified direction of something like this, addressing decorum of members of the public, or do you just want to leave things the way they are now? So I open it up, that's my report, and I open it up for your comments.
I want to ask something real quick before everybody gets involved. So this is new case law. Is that what's going on here?
It's not new case law.
Okay.
It's actually an older case, going back to 1990, where what the court stated in that case was the council doesn't violate the First Amendment when it restricts public speakers to the subject at hand, because when people go off subject, their speech becomes irrelevant and repetitious, and it may be stopped because you have an obligation to conduct an orderly meeting. And then in approving language substantially similar to that that I just reviewed with you, the Ninth Circuit concluded that undoubtedly, and this is really important, and I'll be candid with you, it's one of the things that makes me nervous about an ordinance like this, is that undoubtedly abuses can occur as when a moderator rules speech out of order simply because the moderator disagrees with it. And that's where the city attorney comes into play, and then the council members yourselves come into play to police yourselves to make sure that you're not misusing an ordinance like this to stop people from talking that are saying things that we may not want to hear or that may be directed at us or critical of us. You know, it's easy to support somebody's right to speak when we agree with them. It's much harder to support their right to speak when they're saying something that's critical of us. But I would submit that it's most important to support their right to speak when we hold public office and they're critical of us. We have to defend that right to speak, and that's what the First Amendment's all about. But it's really an issue of speaking in a manner that disrupts or impedes the progress of the meeting. That's sort of the litmus test. So anyway, I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Questions?
Just a comment. I'm good with this. With the one change I would suggest is item number 3, the last sentence where it starts, if he or she refuses to leave the room, he or she may be removed by any law enforcement officer who's on duty at the meeting. I'd like to see that after the room has been cleared.
Okay.
So I'd like to see that part come in after 5. So in other words, we don't jump to a police officer before we've cleared the room and tried to handle it that way.
So what your approach would be, rather than to have law enforcement approach that person and remove them, is just clear the whole room, everybody leaves, and then you readmit. If the person refuses to leave, then you would deal with them individually, right. But you readmit everybody that wasn't part of the disturbance. That's
after that person's been removed, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think, I know we've had some contentious meetings and comments. I don't think I've seen anything that would rise to level 5. But I just definitely would like to see the police get involved at the, after the room's been cleared and there's no
last resort
and no one around to impede their process.
Okay.
That's my input.
Comments? Mr. Laura.
Without this ordinance or this change that we want to add, can we still ask a member of the public just to refrain from personal comments during their public comment time? Or do you need to have this in line behind you or in place?
They can still make personal comments. They can still be critical of you as council members and anybody else at the city. They have that constitutional right. They just can't do it in a manner that impedes the progress of the meeting. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you had 15 people show up on an issue and they were all protesting and carrying signs and expressing their First Amendment rights, but they were doing it in a manner that basically shut the progress of the meeting down. They don't have the right to do that. They have a right to express their opinion, but they don't have the right to bring the meeting to a halt. And so in that case, you would clear the room, and then you would only allow those back in, the media and those that were not involved with the disturbance.
Okay. So on item number 1, where it says no person addressing the council shall make personal or slanderous or profane remarks, we need to have that on an ordinance. We can't just ask that person to refrain from making those remarks without having that.
You can always ask people, to focus on the issue rather than the personalities involved.
Okay.
And that's just good parliamentary procedure, not only with members of the public, members of the council, to focus on the issues, not the personalities involved. But ultimately, the public has the right to attack. I mean, look at the President of the United States. Whether you like him or you don't, whether it's this president or the former president, they're subject to attack for the decisions they make, and sometimes personal attack. And that's the nature of the beast. That's when you hold public office, you have to have thick skin, and people have the right to challenge you and be critical of you.
Okay.
So, again, maybe to go back to your question, they can make comments that are critical. They just can't do it in a way that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly progress of the meeting.
That generates a question for me. Couldn't we do all of these steps without this in place?
Yes.
The Brown Act, and I don't have the language in front of me at the moment, but the Brown Act does what it allows is it allows you to adopt procedures for removal of people from the meeting. And we don't have a formal procedure for that. It does authorize that, but we have never adopted a procedure, and that's kind of where this came from.
Okay. I don't think it's a bad idea just to have it on the books.
You don't want to be figuring out that procedure in the moment.
Right, right.
Because then later
you may not do it right.
Yeah.
And it would be, look, I want to, again, I'm not advocating for or against this one. I think, I've been here 6 months, and we've managed, and we've gotten through it, and people have expressed their opinion, and the sun has come up the next day. And you guys have accomplished a lot as a council and as a community, despite that. But there have been moments where there's been disruptive behavior. And this is a tool that is expressly authorized by law to have a procedure to remove people that are being disruptive. I'd urge you to use it as a last resort. You don't want to be heavy-handed in this regard, and I would lean in favor of letting people express their opinions only when it starts impeding your ability. I mean, the first thing you do is you ask the person to sit down, and maybe you ask them 3 or 4 times before you start going down this checklist. But if they just absolutely refuse, then you've got this as a tool.
Also, Mr. Pinckney and to my fellow council members, I've taken a number of complaints from people that won't come back to our city council meetings because they can't hear. And we have had issues off and on. And this probably, but we do need to have something in place on our books that we have, so we know what tools we have to use. And I think, too, that it doesn't, I don't want people to get confused about the 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, because that's where it's designed, where you can say anything you want, basically. But that we need to keep a decorum, basically, to stick to our issues. And I personally think it would be a good thing to have in place.
I like the suggestion that Council Member White made, and go forward with that in that regard.
So this is, again, it's not been agendized as an action item, but really just to get direction on whether you want us to bring forth an ordinance, and if so, we'll do it, and we'll tee it up in the proper manner and
sure.
Submit it to you for your decision at that time. Do we have public comment on this
Yes, I was
item?
going to know we have one.
Okay. Who do we have?
Dr. Blair Ball.
I think I may be sleepwalking. However, at the beginning of this meeting, we stood and pledged allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. A republic is the people's business, and this is the people's business. And I may not agree with the conduct of some who give their 3 minutes, but I will defend their right to say whatever they want in whatever manner. That to me is fundamental. I would urge this council to say no to this. I understand that it's for good intentions and so forth. What you see here is public frustration. Most people here have given it thought on what they're going to say, and they have some substance. Not all do, but most of them do. Tonight we talked about 52 acres. What would have happened if, at the 3-minute mark, they would have said, Mrs. Hall, I'm interested in what you have to say. Your 3 minutes are up. Would you please document some things that you have for us? Give it to the city clerk, who will disseminate it to the council, and you could come back with that for further discussion. Most of these things don't require an immediate answer or a vote. Some of these can be moved forward. She had some interesting things to say. She has lived here and lived through this longer than 3 of the 5 of you on this council. She is emotionally attached to it, but maybe in written form, she would be able to better express to you, and you would have questions on how to proceed. In the words of President Ronald Reagan, you trust, but you have to verify what's being said here. You had seemingly a staff report that was different than what the public was saying. You would want to then go home and do your homework on what this is all about. And that's just one thing. You have people who have been here, like I said, for years and have had different councils, not this one, but simply look at these people year in and year out and simply blink their eyes because they trusted too much their staff and were unwilling or didn't think it important enough to go out and do the homework. So you have a public that's frustrated. I think these meetings have been more manageable. I personally have gone to some of these people and said, maybe you'll get more mileage if you tone it down a little bit. Well, I don't know what tone it down means, and this gives the presiding officer huge disadvantage or a huge problem on their shoulders to determine what is abusive, what is impertinent, what is slanderous, and gavel them down. I say let them give their 3 minutes. And it's not 3 minutes because you're giving 6 minutes to project people and you're giving 3 minutes to the public. The public live here, not the project people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other requests to speak? Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah.
I just want to respond to one comment. You know, there was a woman that spoke earlier tonight that went a little over, and the way most councils would handle that is to ask the person to recognize the fact that their 3 minutes was up, and that's what was done. And certainly nothing that that woman did would warrant having her removed from the room by any means. Again, this is not something you want to overuse. It is really kind of a tool of last resort, not when somebody's saying something offensive or even loud, but when they're shutting down or impairing the ability of the meeting to go forward.
Okay, thank you.
May I make one more comment?
Yes, Mr. White.
I did have a struggle with some of the first couple lines of the first two paragraphs because of something you had told me when you first came on board here, and that was that as a politician and as a public comment, a public meeting, it can't be slanderous. And they can say and do whatever they want to, I would not do, but they can say whatever they want to us. And you told me we sort of have to take it. Now, if we're not in the council meeting and it continues on and they're making obvious lies about us, then we have some recourse. But I agree with Dr. Ball, when you're giving someone, and it may not be, you know, we're putting something in place that will outlast the 4 or 5 of us. But when you give someone the authority to determine whether that was personal, slanderous, or even profane, I agree. You know, is there a way that we can continue with a first reading on this and take a little more of the subjectivity out of?
Let me make a suggestion along those lines and along lines of what Dr. Ball raised. One approach would be to take all that language out and just say that no person shall, engage in any disorderly conduct which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, period. And then just get out of all of the, because it is true that speech at a legislative meeting is privileged speech. If it wasn't privileged speech, then it would, if everybody was worried every time they got up there to speak that they were going to be sued for slander, it would have a chilling effect on people and they wouldn't speak their mind, and we wouldn't have a candid, public, spirited debate about important issues in the community. So, we can take that language out, the personal, impertinent, slanderous, profane, and just go from, change it to read that no person addressing the council shall engage in disorderly conduct or language that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, because ultimately that's the objective, is to prevent somebody from engaging in any conduct.
Now,
impedes the meeting.
something that Dr. Ball said, and I believe it's in here somewhere, but maybe it needs to be reiterated in these paragraphs, is you get your 3 minutes. You do what you want during your 3 minutes. You know, when that 3 minutes is up, then we need to move on.
If they're speaking during their 3 minutes, they're not, arguably impeding the progress of the meeting.
Agreed.
They've got their 3 minutes. Now, if they're just way off, in the hinterlands of talking about something that this city has no jurisdiction over, you got to use your discretion. Do you let them talk about, a trade war going on in another part of the globe?
Let me ask you another.
You do. That's a decision you got to make. And
another question. I remember this when the school district went from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, and I was reassured by the school board at the time that 3 minutes is a judgment call on the presiding officer. And if the presiding officer wanted to allow it to go longer for an individual, that was allowed. Now, I understand the problem with doing that is that if you allow someone to go 1 minute over, then you got to let everyone go 1 minute over, and I understand that. But we've got language in here, and we manage ourselves with the idea that if there's a quorum, a 4-to-1 vote, that we can do things a little bit differently. I have sat down with Ms. Hall, and I know what was coming next, and it is very important, and I wanted to hear more of it. If I had the option to say to my colleagues, hey, as a group, can the four of us agree to allow, or can we have a quorum to allow the speaker to continue for another 3 minutes? And then it's not putting that much pressure on the presiding officer to try and make everything fair to everyone who's here. But there's some cases where 3 minutes may not be enough. Now, if I've been up 8 times and taken 3 minutes, that's 24 minutes of the meeting. No, that person shouldn't be given another 3 minutes. But if it's someone who's got something that I thought was important, I'd like to at least ask my colleagues, can she continue another 3? They can shut me down and say no.
Yeah.
You can't.
To answer the question, generally you want to have a rule, and then you want to adhere to it. And it's important that you do it uniformly for the reasons you mentioned, because human tendency sometimes is to let people we like or we want to hear from or we like what they're saying go over, but people that are maybe saying things we don't want to hear, not allow them to go over. And that's not acceptable, ever. So by holding everybody knows the rule that they've got 3 minutes to express their views and get, to the important subjects. Maybe you give them more time. Maybe you give them more than 3 minutes if you think that 3 minutes isn't enough. I can tell you as a lawyer, and lawyers, what am I going on, 20 minutes now? Lawyers like to talk. When I go to court, lawyers all the time, or judges all the time say, you've got X number of minutes. And sometimes it's incredibly brief. And so you have to organize your thoughts in advance and be succinct. You're going to have some nights where you're going to have a lot of people. Let's say, for example, this medical marijuana issue. You may have a room full of people that want to talk. You have this growth ordinance that came up. A lot of people wanted to talk. If you start letting people go over, then you do have to let everybody go over.
Okay.
So it's best to get back to your question, it's best to have a rule that is reasonable and gives people enough time to express their view. But if you're dealing with a subject where you're going to want to hear more than 3 minutes, you maybe at the beginning of the meeting say, look, we're going to agree that we're going to let people have up to 5 minutes tonight because this is just too important an issue. So.
Well, I agree, and I think more than 3 minutes now, someone who may speak 10 times is 30 minutes into the meeting. If we go to 4 minutes, it's 40 minutes, I understand.
Yeah. But the way it's written now in this rule is it's 3 minutes.
Okay.
And that's an ordinance.
Now, one thing I've seen that happens, and we allow it, and I never did it, but they should only be able to speak 3 minutes on an item. Often I've seen people go back and add another request slip. Is that addressed in here?
It is 3 minutes per person per agenda item, and that is your current rule.
Okay.
That is your current rule in place. So, and that's one of the reasons council shouldn't interrupt people, because the minute you do that, then you're interfering with their 3 minutes, and it's not really fair to hold them to 3 minutes if you're using up their time. So you let them speak, and then when they're done, it turns over to the council. But yeah, they should not be getting up multiple times on the same item, because that's not consistent with your current rule.
That's that current rule now, yeah.
So is the direction of the council to come back with an ordinance, remove the language, I think as Dr. Ball indicated there, and I mentioned, it does give me some concern. This is based on the ruling in the case that I cited. But it does make me a little bit uneasy, even as a lawyer, that who decides what's personal, impertinent, slanderous. And as I said, it could be abused. And the issue is, does it interfere with the meeting? But we can come back and remove that language and just focus it on impairing progress in the meeting.
Yeah, it sounds good to me. Just a quick comment, because that's, if I may, and before I left on the school board, they had changed this, and I know Mr. White, because one of the things that I voted against was the fact that, in every council school board meeting, they pointed out to certain people, that whatever you say up there, you're held accountable. If it's slanderous, basically people can, people on the board can go after and sue you. And I thought that was inappropriate because, you have that right to speak, and so I think it's appropriate that we take that out of there.
So I think we have a consensus, right?
Okay.
I think we're good.
I have the direction I needed. Thank you, and I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Okay. We are going to move to, where am I? I've got to go back here. Consent calendar, item number 9, and we had a request to pull D from our treasurer.
I move that we approve 9A, 9B, 9C, 9E, 9F, G, and H.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Second by, okay, so motion by White, second by Lara. Roll call, Councilmember Fox absent. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Aye.
Mayor Knight?
Yes. Okay, 4-0. Let's go to item number D.
Thank you, Mayor. When I read the minutes for the October 27th for the treasurer's report.
Oh, that's what you were.
It's incorrect. It refers to me saying that I made a comment that we're ensuring the corruption from the past was eliminated, and I would never say that. So I went back and listened to the minutes again, and I do refer to that in the past we didn't follow best practices, and that we're making more effort to do that now, but it's not anything like me saying corruption from the past was eliminated, so I'd like the correction to be put in place.
The person that typed these minutes is no longer with us, so I'll have Liz go back and we will type a verbatim for this particular session.
Verbatim.
And we'll bring it back to council at the next meeting.
It's 15 minutes and 43 seconds in, if that helps and speeds it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Treasurer. Do I have a motion and to move this, to bring it back?
Continue it to the next.
Continue it. Brain squibber.
I move we continue it.
Second.
Motion by White, second by Lara to continue. Roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara? Mayor Knight?
Yes, passed 4-0. And I want to thank you all for staying till 12:32 in the morning. Have a good morning. Enjoy your coffee. Meeting adjourned.